Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Oh, yeah. Hey-o! Welcome on in to a Friday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show, our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. And if you do text, let us know who you are and where you're from so we can get your text featured on the show. Loaded 9-game slate tonight for the NFL preseason, Brad. Is there any other way you'd rather spend your Friday on the eve of the beginning of the college football season? We got plenty to talk about with these games coming up tonight. One of them starting right now with the Commanders and the Ravens. No starters expected to play. That's fine. We'll keep you posted either way because there's some quarterback battles and some 53-man roster battles to keep an eye on for both teams. Last night, there wasn't a ton of starters that played, but the backups crushed it. Absolutely crushed it, Brad, including the third stringer for the Cleveland Browns, and that is the second-year quarterback, Dillon Gabriel, who lit it up last night against Patriots backups, going 12 for 15 for 186 yards and 3 touchdowns, all in the first half. He wasn't throwing to Browns starters either. I mean, he's throwing to guys like Ben Patterson, Gage, Larvadane, Luke Floria, and Amani Marshall. So, I mean, like, here we go again, Brad. We're talking about the Cleveland Browns quarterback room. It's a sickness. We love it. We are addicted. But here we go. Like, who should be the backup in Cleveland? Should it be Dillon Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders? Because with the likelihood that Deshaun Watson stinks, whoever gets the second crack at running this offense this season could be the difference maker for Cleveland's future. So how impressed were you last night with Dillon Gabriel? And do you think it's going to be a big difference and a big factor in how this Browns season plays out?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely shined. There's no doubt about it. And yes, it was against a bunch of guys, some of them not even going to be on an NFL franchise here in short order. Those second and third stringers, we got to give credit where credit is due. 12 of 15, $186. Not one, not two, but 3 passing touchdowns. And, all that basically came in the first half. I mean, he was in fuego. There's no question about it. And, it's just the typical development in C-Town. Quarterback controversy, however you want to pronounce it. Look, the laundry list of guys, that have been under center for this franchise the better part of 2 decades. All the promise, all the failures, all the just, hey, for a hot minute, this guy could actually be competent. No, he's an utter failure and a disaster. Rinse and repeat. That has been the story of the factory of sadness. That's why they keep adding smokestacks to the skyline there along the shores of Lake Erie. I think that's what it's still called right now. I'm not really sure.
Great line by Al Michaels.
Oh, Al Michaels on fire last night. He was absolutely killing it. If you haven't heard the line from Al Michaels on that Amazon broadcast last night with him and Herb Street, go back, do yourself a favor, search on social media. Just sit back, crack open a cold one, and take a listen. Al's story. I mean, he's still got his fastball. Al's getting up there. It must be the carnivore-only diet that he consumes because he doesn't eat vegetables. Shuns the green stuff, only likes the meats. And he's still absolutely just destroying it on the mic in the most positive way possible. But much like Dillon Gabriel destroyed the competition last night, we know what Deshaun Watson is. He's rubbish. We know what Shedeur Sanders is. He is equally rubbish. So Dillon Gabriel goes out there, absolutely thrives, we've all kind of written him off. A lot of people have glossed over Gabriel because he really wasn't immersed in this publicized competition. It was all about Deshaun Watson. It was all about Shedeur Sanders. So he's had zero pressure on his shoulders. And he went out there and just ripped the competition a new one. And now is maybe throwing his hat in the ring to say, hey, guys, I'm still here. I didn't go anywhere. And the four-stringer last night was very impressive as well for the Cleveland Browns, showcasing incredible athleticism. And Corey Lane, right? That's, I believe his name. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Taylon Green.
Lane? Taylon Green. Like I know the four-string quarterback is of any franchise. Taylon Green, thank you very much. He was outstanding, calling his own number, running and sprinting through would-be tacklers, getting some of the chunk gains. He's a raw passer. There's no question about it. But that's a guy that has got enormous upside if he can, hone in the skills, much like maybe a young Justin Fields, if you will. But we know the shortcomings that Fields has had as a passer in his NFL career. But long story short is this, Pat, thoroughly impressed with Dillon Gabriel. And I think we've all written him off too soon. It would not remotely shock me at some point this season, out of sheer desperation, they say, let's give Gabriel the damn rock and see if he can spin at least a semi-competent result, because Deshaun Watson ain't going to do it, and Shedeur Sanders very likely also ain't going to do it.
310-840-4910. Do you think Dillon Gabriel factors into this quarterback room at some point this year? Is either Dillon Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders the QB of the future in Cleveland, or are we just delaying the inevitable yet again? And that's a new quarterback that they will draft with a top 5 pick next season. I do wonder if it was Dillon Gabriel who finished the year last year, Brad, and not Shedeur Sanders, would we be thinking otherwise? Because Dillon Gabriel was the first one to take over after they traded away Joe Flacco. And for as seemingly inept as the offense was with Gabriel, again, just to go through the numbers, he threw for 7 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions, had a passer rating of 81. Shedeur threw 35 to 40 more passing attempts. He did have much more yardage, more explosiveness in the pass game. He had 1,400 passing yards, but 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and a passer rating of 68. So you can make the argument Dillon Gabriel was better than Shedeur last year, but because we saw Shedeur most recently, which was to end the season, maybe that's why we kind of assume he's the head up. He's got a leg up in this competition. Also because, Todd Monken did say that the quarterback battle was pretty much between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, and Shedeur is going to go into the season as the backup quarterback. But again, did last night change things? I think it's an interesting conversation. And Brad, I think in all likelihood, like you mentioned, we're going to end up seeing all 3 of these guys again anyway, because none of them are really good. The Browns offense isn't going to be very good, and they're going to be probably headed for the dumpster once again, another top 5 pick, and they're going to be drafting a quarterback. So honestly, I asked the question. I don't think any of these guys are the quarterback of the future. I think we are delaying the inevitable, but hey, at least Dillon Gabriel's got last night to put on some tape if he wants to try to find his next team at the end of the year.
Yeah, look, there's going to be a lot of oops, I crap my pants moments at the quarterback position for USNL throwback fans there on that iconic commercial. That is going to be the case, I think, week 1 for Deshaun Watson. He got on the road at Jacksonville. He's going to put up a clunker effort. The guy royally sucks. He's an absolute disaster on the field, off the field, behind a microphone. He's not winning over the fan base at all. They're going to be booing him relentlessly in the home opener, and that's until week 3 against the Carolina Panthers. He's on his last leg and his last opportunity to actually go out there and show that he's at least an average quarterback. He's so far below average. He's in the pit of hell right now. So I don't understand why we're even trying Deshaun Watson out there. I still stand by my conviction. They should have gone with Shedeur Sanders. See what we can do. Give him a decent leash, maybe 5-6 games, assess him. If he's a train wreck, then you pull him out. Then you throw Dillon Gabriel in there and see what he can do in a second season. And if not him, maybe go to the 4-string guy, Green, who I just learned his name because I forgot it a moment ago. This is Cleveland, again, being Cleveland. And they're going to have the rights likely to go out there and draft, presumably, Arch Manning. and they'll somehow ruin his enormous pedigree and upside. It's just the Browns. It's sad. It's depressing. I'm not a fan of their jerseys. I hate kind of the old school, just, boring non-logo on the helmet, but they're a passionate city when it comes to American tackle football and American sports in general. I've visited Cleveland a number of times. I enjoyed my time there. Have had a few beverages downtown. I've been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I love the shores of Lake Erie. I love a lot of things about Cleveland. They deserve a winner because they got to battle all the elements every single year with all the snow pounding them in the face and the wind whipping around, the wind chill, just bone-chillingly cold. I wish this team would get back to relative competence, but, we're just seeing more and more of the same, which is utter disaster at the quarterback position.
You mentioned the terrible logo. I mean, they should just embrace Brownie the Elf. I mean, just have him be like on the helmet, on the jerseys.
Yes, on there.
Yeah, forget about just the helmet. Like, just have it be Brownie the Elf. Be the Elves. Be the Cleveland Elves. No, I mean, you can't do that to Jim Brown. Anyway, I can't talk about the Browns much longer. We got to pivot. And also we have to pivot because there was another star-studded performance last night from a guy that is probably way more relevant in his team's future plans than Dylan Gabriel or anybody in that Cleveland quarterback room is, and that's Ty Simpson. He also lit it up last night against the Chargers. Again, Chargers backups, that's the clarification there. Doesn't matter. That's assumed. He went 18 for 23 for 119 yards and a touchdown. Now, again, completed 18 passes for only 119 yards. That's only about 5 yards a pop. That's not all that impressive. The accuracy was. But that 11-yard touchdown pass, a gorgeous rolling out, throwing across his body, dime to the side of the end zone to Brennan Presley. That was probably the best play of the night, the most awesome play of the night that I saw. And I thought overall through his preseason performances, Ty Simpson has crushed it. I mean, he's looked good. He's looked like he's got command of the offense. He can make all the routine throws. And then last night we saw a little bit of magic. We saw him make a really difficult throw. So we know, again, that this is hopefully we don't even have to talk about who is going to be the Rams' backup quarterback this year because we all hope that Matthew Stafford stays healthy. But again,
correct,
for a guy that's on the edge of 40 that has had some back issues in the past, this is the worst-case scenario. And if the worst-case scenario comes to fruition for the Rams, which has a Super Bowl roster, they've added Myles Garrett, it looks like Aaron Donald's coming back, who the backup quarterback is might end up determining just how far they go this year. And I was surprised, Brad. I was stunned to not see Stetson Bennett play last night, which kind of makes me think that Stetson Bennett is going to be the backup quarterback. And if Ty Simpson is QB3, what the hell are the Rams doing? Like, the only thing worse than them drafting him 13th overall with a Super Bowl caliber roster that you could have beefed up even more. The only thing worse than that is then they don't even believe in him enough to be the guy that steps up in case Stafford gets hurt. I mean, what the hell is Sean McVay doing? And especially after last night, you can't go into the season and tell me you got more belief in Stetson Bennett that hasn't played a snap in 4 years since he joined the NFL than Ty Simpson. You took him with the 13th overall pick, and he's going to be your third-string quarterback? That would be nonsense.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the case. I mean, Sean McVay was asked directly and bluntly about exactly what you're passionate, really arguing about, and he came out and said, don't read into what transpired on the field tonight. The fact that Stetson Bennett wasn't active, the fact that Stetson Bennett didn't take a single snap, but it was all Ty Simpson. I think it's just a matter of Ty Simpson being a greenhorn, wanting to get his feet wet, and they wanted to make sure that he understands all the dotted I's and crossed T's and, fully embraces the playbook and can execute it on the field, even with backups and against backups. I think it was more of them just really scouting Ty Simpson more, knowing that they already know what Stetson Bennett can bring to the table. He understands the system, but I believe that Simpson is better than Bennett, and I think he will be the direct number 2 if, and let's pray that doesn't happen, if Stafford were felled by a significant injury, they can confidently then plug and play Simpson and hopefully not skip a beat. But you're right. It was a lot of high percentage short field throws. And that might be what this offense is predicated on in the event that Matthew Stafford were to miss time. And that's going to really mitigate the efficiency of the offense overall because of the big play ability that this offense possesses, especially down the field, outside the numbers throws to one Puka Nacua. We talked about it last night. I think Terrence Ferguson is going to be heavily featured, more or less as a third receiving option in this offense, a guy that's going to gash a lot of seams, especially coming out of that 13 personnel package, which they may run 30 to 35% or maybe even greater of the time this year. Like, everything is in place for the Rams to thrive, but we know there's always those curveballs. The injury imp is always lurking. It is menacing. It is voracious. It is insatiable. And if injuries were to fell this team in a very hampering way, who is going to rise to the occasion? I got a hell of a lot more confidence now in Ty Simpson than I did before the preseason, though I would like to have seen him uncork a little bit more in the preseason.
Yeah, and again, for those of you listening or watching right now and saying, well, come on, guys, really? You think the Rams actually even have a chance if Matthew Stafford does go down? May I point you in the direction of just 3 years ago with Brock Purdy, who was the last pick in the entire draft and knew the system and stepped up and filled in. That could be an unfortunate question that you will be asking if Stafford does get hurt. And I'll tell you what, just like you said, Brad, I believe a hell of a lot more in Ty Simpson as a guy that is fresher, as a guy that is a rookie, yes, and more fresher, but Stetson Bennett, even in college, was a game manager. And I know that I criticized Ty Simpson as a guy that I didn't necessarily think was a first-round draft pick coming out of Alabama, but a hell of a lot better coming out of college than Stetson Bennett was. So now you put Stetson Bennett in the NFL for just a couple of years and, experience playing 4 or 5 more preseason games than Ty Simpson. That makes him more ready to be the guy that steps up in case Stafford gets hurt. Again, for me, this just comes down to, well, why the hell did you even waste the 13th overall pick on Ty Simpson if you have no plans of him even being the backup in case Stafford gets hurt? I thought, yes, this is a move for the future for sure. But, I mean, just like any team that has an aging quarterback that's on the verge of 40 going into the season, they have to consider, hey, if we're going to draft Ty Simpson, not only for the future, but in case Stafford gets hurt, we believe in this kid to step up and be ready to go. And now, again, you said Sean McVay said don't pay any attention, but I'm telling you, if they reveal that decision in a couple of days here, and Sean McVay says Stetson Bennett's going to be our QB2, I think it's the biggest mistake that they could be potentially making. And again, that's in case Stafford does get hurt. 310-840-4910. Go ahead, Brad.
Well, I was going to ask you a question just to follow up. We have not gotten an update on Aaron Donald. And, there were strong indications that he was going to, sign on the dotted line, come out of retirement, and once again suit up and be that man-eater in the trenches for this LA Rams franchise. So knowing it's gotten mysteriously quiet on that front, and we're, just days away from the start of the regular season. Of course, the Rams making that cross-global trip to the land down under, good eye, mate, playing the San Francisco 49ers there in Australia. Let me just ask you directly, what is the percentage chance in your mind that you would give the Rams to sign Aaron Donald and bring him out of retirement at some point this season? I'm not saying in time for week 1, but at some point this season, what percentage chance would you assign?
I'd say 95%. I know it has been quiet. I don't care what anybody says, or that maybe there's a chance that Aaron Donald is going to back out. He wouldn't have shown up with them in freaking July and then August again, one with pads on, to practice with him if he's not coming back. Honestly, I think he doesn't want to go to Australia. I don't think he wants to jump on a 20-hour flight and then have to fly back right out of retirement. I think he's going to come back week 2. And I think that's signed, sealed, and delivered. And I think he basically told Sean McVay, hey, man, sorry, I know that if you add somebody to the roster, or if that's a 53-man roster that I won't be a part of, and then some guy's going to have to get put on the practice squad after week 1, I'm sorry, but these are my terms. These are my conditions. I'll come back if we can make it happen after week 1. I ain't going to Melbourne. And I think Sean McVay and Les Snead and the Rams are probably like, all right, fine. Because if he was, I think we probably would have gotten the official signing by now. Not that he needs to play in the preseason, but, and who knows? Maybe he is there. Maybe they're PDF sending him all of the film sessions and all of the defenses
Yeah,
that they're
good.
working in. Maybe they are, but I still think it's probably likely if we don't see Aaron Donald officially out of retirement on the Rams for week 1 against the Niners in Melbourne, I think it's week 2.
And week 2, they conveniently take on your New York Giants. By the way, 99.5% chance he's going to sign the dotted line and return action for LA at some point this year. And I kind of agree with you. I don't think he wants to make that very long and tiring flight. He's going to come back and rip your GM in a new one. Apologies in advance, Patrick.
310-840-4910. We have our first touchdown of the night. The Ravens, Chris Moore, 25-yard touchdown catch from Snoop Huntley as they lead the Commanders. A beautiful catch, by the way. Initially ruled a drop. I'm watching it on NFL Network. They reviewed it and ruled it a catch. Hell of a catch. Diving catch when what also should have been pass interference on the defense too. So Chris Moore, if you could tell me what team he was on last year, I will be thoroughly impressed.
Oh, my God. Chris Moore. I'm going to pull a rabbit out of my ass. I'm going to say the Philadelphia Eagles.
Close. You're in the division. You're in the division.
The Giants?
Nope.
The Cowboys or the Commanders?
It was the Commanders. He had 11 catches for 207 yards and a touchdown last year for Washington. And I believe the touchdown came against your Chicago Bears on that Monday night game.
Oh.
Chris Moore.
We all remember that.
That's right. 310-840-4910. So for the Browns fans or for the sickos like us that can't stop talking about Cleveland's quarterback room after Dylan Gabriel lit it up last night, is either he or Shedeur Sanders the QB of the future in Cleveland? And then as it pertains to Ty Simpson and the Rams, are the Rams wasting that 13th overall pick if Ty Simpson won't even be the backup to Stafford? You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We'll take your football calls and texts when we come back. We'll also get some baseball in the mix very early because, oh boy, do we have a bunch of big-time series kicking off this weekend, including your Cubbies, Brad. Rough start to the Friday afternoon. We'll get to it when we return. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
He's Bill Belichick. I mean, it's got to work at some point, right? I mean, something's got to be there. The thing that kind of gets lost in the fact that he's still, the best head coach in the history of NFL football is that as good as a coach as he was, and okay, yeah, he had Brady and all that, but as good as he was, his eye for personnel development, it kind of got lost over the years. And that was kind of the problem, is that he had the GM duties at New England to go along with a head coaching job, and his drafts just were not that great. Well, apply that to college, where you can pick everybody you want. And what he did was he had a whole new team of players last year with something like 70 new transfers who came in. They completely, changed everything. They were bad at college football, so he dumped them and got like 50 new players to come in. So, I joke, yes, we're going to have fun tomorrow and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, to handicap week 0 is hard enough as is because you don't have a preseason to go off of. But, man, we are flying blind now. I mean, the transfer portal era where you have teams full of all new guys. And used to be, you kind of judge teams based on, the offensive lines that would be, built over time. And you could say, okay, well, this team's about to gel and, all that kind of stuff. You can't do that now. So for tomorrow, I'm just sort of guessing here that it's going to be close because every one of these Ireland games have been close. I mean, 5 of the last 6. I mean, Notre Dame blew out Navy one year, but 5 of the last 6 were decided each one by 3 points or fewer. It's a weird game because you have to fly so far. It's fish out of water. It's week 0. These guys aren't quite ready. Again, no 4 games of preseason like you have in the NFL. They're going right away. TCU's the way better team, but I think North Carolina is going to be a little spunkier tomorrow. I think they're going to be all right, especially on defense.
If there's a team that's going to miss the playoffs from the NFC North, it's Green Bay. It is. Like, I believe in Kevin O'Connell's ability to turn Kyler Murray around. I'm not saying Kyler Murray's going to be MVP level, but this is completely different from anything he ever dealt with in Arizona, in a good way. I think despite the questions on the offensive line, Detroit is going to bounce back. I think Chicago is going to take another step forward, even though everybody is pegging them for regression after all the one-score victories last year. If there's a team that's going to fall off in the NFC North and fall out of the playoff picture, it could be Green Bay.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back at MGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Talking Dylan Gabriel's big night last night. And if that makes you think that either he or Shedeur Sanders will end up being the QB of the future in Cleveland, talking Ty Simpson's big night last night for the Rams. Is he going to end up being the backup? Or do the Rams really waste the 13th overall pick? 310-840-4910. But, Brad, we've got a bunch of baseball and some big series to get set for here this weekend. Before we get into the ones that haven't started, the one that has, in typical fashion, Friday afternoon at Wrigley Field. And, boy, not a good ending for your Cubbies. Try to make a late comeback, but, man, that bullpen fell apart big time, and they lose to the Reds 10-8. Denting their chances of catching the Brewers for the NL Central. And I'm assuming you, Combs, Monty, you guys are probably all watching that game. And so your takeaways.
I'm a bitter Betsy right now. I'm in quite the mood because the Cubs seriously pissed me off. Stop if you heard this before, but the Cubs bullpen absolutely ruined a strong start to the game. I mean, the Cubs immediately go up 3-0. Look like they're going to rock. They're going to roll against the Big Red Machine, going to shut them down, maybe break out the brooms through the entire weekend. Jam-packed house at Wrigley Field. A lot on the line for the Cubbies right now. They are atop the NL wild card standings, but they're clinging, at least entering the day, just to a 4-game advantage over the last wild card spot. Arizona 5.5 games out. They're the next team on the outside looking in. It was a devastating loss in my opinion. I mean, the Cubs chipped away, came back, cut it to a 1-run game. Unfortunately, TJ Friedel came in, hit an absolute bomb down the right field line off Daniel Palencia, who was bringing the usual 101 mile an hour heat, brought it too high. And, Friedel absolutely hit a laser beam, nearly hit the scoreboard there in right field, got that 2-run advantage, but honestly, it didn't matter as the Cubs go 1, 2, 3 in the bottom of the ninth. And they trip, and fall flat on their face in the first game. Here's why games like this are important. You look at the Cubs' rest of season schedule, Pat. It is the second hardest in all of Major League Baseball. You have to beat the meek because you're probably going to split at best against the mighty. And obviously Cincinnati is very meek. The dregs the cake right now in the Central, and they go out there and lose at home in front of a buzzy, action-packed house, and he can't get the job done during the day. That could be a harbinger of terrible things to come. The Cubs have 7 games left, folks. 7! It's the Milwaukee Brewers, who frankly will not lose. They're invincible right now. They're ticking me off because they're winning every damn game. They got Atlanta for a series. They got Boston for a series. Couple teams that are white hot right now. They face the Miami Marlins as well for a series. The only supposed cakewalks that the Cubs have are against the aforementioned Reds and the Pittsburgh Pirates. They got to take care of business. And today was not getting out on the right foot. I was talking to Randy Merkin. We were talking to Randy, our EP, before the show today. He was ultra confident the Cubs was going to make the playoffs. I'm going to go Tony Romo on you. I'm not so sure, Jim. I don't know. I don't think it's a guarantee. By any stretch of the imagination, I've seen epic meltdowns. I've seen terrible failures before in September. I mean, the Cubs have a nice little cushion there, Pat, but it is far from a sure thing. They even make the playoffs. I can't believe I'm saying that with the rightful MVP on the roster, that being PCA, who had a couple of nice hits today. So I'm a nervous Nelly. I swear to God, there is not tequila in this bottle that I have to try to numb the pain.
There should be, though.
Go out there and beat that ass that they're supposed to beat.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's been the issue for most of the year. It was the injuries in the starting rotation, and for a large stretch of this season, the bullpen, because you have one of the top 5, if not top 3, if not the number 1 offense in all of baseball for most of this season. So, yeah, to lose a game that you score 8 runs in at home, yikes. Not great. Not great at all. And yeah, I think it was just, maybe a week ago when they had like a 5 or 6 game cushion ahead of everybody else in that wild card. And now it's down to 3.5 because they've lost 3 in a row. The Padres are getting hot. The D-backs are hanging around. So anything can happen in September. My gut would just say, no, there's no way they're going to blow this. But I mean, look, we've seen crazier things, man. We saw a 15-game division lead get blown last year. So anything is possible, including if the Yankees were to get swept by the Red Sox this weekend, because the way the Yankees are hitting and the way that the Red Sox always give them trouble when they're bad, when they're good, it doesn't matter. 4 games set starting tonight in the Bronx. Yankees and the Sox separated by just 2 games in that wild card race, and still both of them with a chance to catch the Rays, albeit a slight one. Tampa Bay's got a 4-game lead on the Yankees, a 6-game lead on the Red Sox. But you look at that wild card standings, the Yankees have the top spot. Not that they're going to miss the play. I mean, if they blow a 7.5 game cushion in that wild card right now, then my goodness, fire everybody. But no, home field advantage in case we get a rematch of last year, the wild card round where the Yankees played the Red Sox, and Cam Schlittler in that decisive Game 3 absolutely shoved and shut Boston down. I would know. I did the post game for that game, Brad. You and Combs like to remind me every time I bring it up. I did the post game for that one. That was a hell of a night that I know Cam Schlittler wasn't going to forget. That's why I proclaimed he was going to be the Cy Young Award winner this year, and he's the favorite with just 30 games left to go. That being said, he's on the mound tonight. He's got to be the stopper because the Yankees have lost 3 out of their last 5, coming off of another brutal loss last night to the Astros. The Red Sox were red hot, and they still pretty are, but they did get shut out the other day against Miami, so they had the day off before coming to New York. Patrick Sandoval is going to pitch tonight for the Sox. So it goes without saying, Yankees, Red Sox, this big of playoff implications, home field advantage in a potential wild card round meeting on the line is going to be big. Not only that, Yankees 21-year-old rookie shortstop George Lombard, who bursted onto the scene, had a couple of big hits, and was a defensive wizard. Had 8 defensive runs saved in his first 110 innings. That already had put him in the top 5 of all shortstops in Major League Baseball. Since then, Brad, 6 errors in 6 straight games. That is something not done by a Yankee since 1915. So his fielding slump, I know, has a lot of my fellow Yankee fans wondering if Aaron Boone should bench him or give him a day off. I couldn't be worried less about George Lombard. I can't wait to watch him play this weekend with a lot of eyes under the bright lights of Yankee Stadium. They got a doubleheader tomorrow, but they're going to be playing Saturday night primetime. I'm almost positive that the game on Sunday is going to be Sunday Night Baseball. So Yankees Sox, again, part 1 million. The rivalry might not be as juicy as it once was, but the implications in this one are massive.
Yeah, 1915, man, I had a rocket 6-pack. I just want to throw that out there. I've been around quite a long time, folks. Look, man, it's crazy. I'm looking at the resumes of both these teams on the season, and they're nearly identical. And to think, like at the midpoint of the year, right before the All-Star break, that the Boston Red Sox would ascend to be neck and neck with the New York Yankees was almost unthinkable. They are all just out of their damn minds performing on the field here in the second half of the season. Here are the particulars on the totality of the year. The Yankees are at 75-59 right now. Their run differential is an even Steven plus 100. The Yankees have won 7 of their last 10, though, as you said, they've dropped 3 of the last 5. But you look at the Red Sox, they're 73-60. Again, only trailing by 2 games currently overall. They've been phenomenal on the road. 11 games above 500 this season at 39-28. Their run differential plus 101. So near mirror images of one another, and they've also won 7 of their last 10. I mean, the rivalry, we didn't think it would have this much meaning at this juncture in the season, but it is going to be hot and heavy action, to say the least. If you love, baseball, if you love compelling action and highly competitive affairs, it doesn't get much better than Yankees and Red Sox with so much on the line. And nobody's going to catch the Rays, but jockeying for power to get home field advantage as the wild card, that is most important, and that is what is on the line this series this weekend.
Yeah, and they are pretty much mirror images, except in one key difference. The Yankees, as usual, are built with the long ball, second most in all of baseball this year with 183 home runs. The Red Sox, 23rd. They get their thing. They get their offense done with a lot of singles and a lot of 2-out hitting, which is something that's been a bugaboo for the Yankees. And the saying goes, if you keep the Yankees in the park, you're probably going to beat them. And so that's what the Red Sox have been able to do. They've played 9 times this year. Boston has won 5 out of those 9. And in those wins, the Yankees scored 3, 1, 1, and 4. 3. Let's see. 3, 3, 1, 1, and 4. So we'll see. Cam Schlittler's got to be the guy that gets it done tonight. And I think I like the way that the rotations are set up for this series the rest of the weekend. You'll have Carlos Rodon going tomorrow. We'll see what the plan is for the tomorrow night game. I don't think the Yankees have announced the starter, but then Will Warren versus Ranger Suarez on Sunday afternoon. It's not Sunday Night Baseball, but either way, the Yankees have the rotation advantage, and hopefully they freaking hit, and hopefully George Lombard doesn't make another error. 310-840-4910. One other one here, Brad. We've got, what would you rather talk about? White Sox Twins in the battle for the AL Central or Rangers Brewers, since that will affect you somewhat as a Cubs fan?
Oh, well, the Brewers aren't going to lose. I'm thoroughly convinced of it. So just go ahead and break out the stupid brooms against the Texas Rangers. That's going to be a big fat nothing burger with extra cheese. I think White Sox Twins has a little bit more, compelling of a twist to it. But I'm going to, just call like it is. There ain't anybody in that division that's going to catch the Southsiders, the Chicago White Sox. I mean, they're absolutely just hitting bombs left, right, rinse and repeat. I mean, that's been the name of their game all season long, is eclipsing fences. They're just a better overall team. The pitching has gotten better on the front end, on the back end. Sean Burke's been amazing this season. His K per 9 has really spiked here for the second half of the season. You might say, oh, yeah, this is interesting. This is going to be a must-see TV. I say, no, it won't. White Sox are going to go in there. They're going to take the series, and they're just going to run away with this division when the calendar flips to September. So nothing burger and an even fatter nothing burger in Rangers and Brewers.
I would just say don't sleep on Cleveland. Now, the Guardians have won 7 in a row, 8 of their last 9. Now, they did it by playing basically 3 of the worst teams in baseball, the Giants, Rockies, and the Angels. But you play who's in front of you, and they play the Royals this weekend. That team stinks. They play the Blue Jays after that. The Blue Jays have been mediocre all year long. Then they play the Tigers, so they're about to play 10 straight games in a row at home. Then they play Baltimore, Minnesota. Like, they don't play a team above 500 for the next several weeks. And then they play the White Sox in the middle of September. And after that, they finish with the A's, Red Sox, and the Royals. They only have 2 more series this year against teams that are above 500. So if anybody can make a late season push for that AL Central, it is Cleveland. The fact that the White Sox have held everybody off for this long, they've been in first place basically every day for like 90% of this season, I wouldn't count out Cleveland. They did it last year on Detroit. Maybe they do it again, Brad.
Just to put it on the record, the White Sox have a slightly easier remaining strength of schedule. I need the facts. Well, according to Tankathon right now, I got the screen pulled up in front of me. At this current moment in time, Cleveland, the 26th hardest remaining strength of schedule. The Chicago White Sox at number 27. So they both got cakewalks remaining. All they got to do is take care of business and beat the meek. You know what's really interesting, Pat? We've done now 2 segments on this show. We started with Cleveland, and then we're again talking about Cleveland. We love Cleveland.
We love the land. You know what we also love? Streaking. We're going to do it when we come back, and we've got some big-time streaks on the line. Monty's going to try to push it to 11. I'll go for 6. Combs will go for 4. And we'll see if a new voice wants to get into the mix in our Westwood One studios. 310-840-4910, because our guy Lee is in Sin City. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I honestly think we're a year early on this. The Cowboys went 12-5 3 years in a row under Big Mike. We're forgetting how good those teams were. You had probably a better offensive line on some of them, right? Because you still had Zach Martin in a prime, you still had Tyron Smith. So your offensive line was probably better. You had Lamb and Amari Cooper on the same team. Now, I think this version of Lamb and George Pickens is a better receiving core, but that one was a much more technical, right? More tactical receiving core, better route running necessarily. Dak is older. Now, older at the quarterback position sometimes means better. But you also had Zeke. And what is Zeke compared to Javonte Williams? Defensively, those teams had Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence, who is a good player. You had some issues, no doubt, with some of your defensive guys. I push back. This is the best team I've heard some people say this is the best team since 2007. The best team since the Super Bowl has been the 07 team. That team was the number one seed in the NFC. It was. You go down, look at that roster. Look at the offensive line. They had some nasty on that offensive line. That offensive line. I mean, they would chew on nails, between snaps. But this is a good. I think this is a good team. I just think it's a year early. Are they a playoff team? Maybe, but I think next year is the year that you would pinpoint. That is like, okay, that's the year that you make or break.
I'm starting to worry just a little bit about Fernando. He had a couple nice throws in the preseason, but at no point did he really look super comfortable. It looked like everything was rushed, even when he made nice throws and good reads. I think it was Brock Osweiler, maybe, who was on NFL Network last night, and I was watching him break down some Fernando tape. And even on the touchdown pass, for example, a couple weeks ago, Mendoza's working through his reads and his progressions from what I can see in almost a rushed manner. And look, I said it a couple minutes ago. I'll repeat it. When you're working behind an offensive line like this, there's going to be a lot of moments where you feel rushed. And the speed of the game is just greater than any level you've played at before. It's the NFL, even if it's the third quarter or fourth quarter of an NFL preseason game. This is still most likely better than anything you saw at the college level. It's not to take away from anything Mendoza did, anything Indiana did last year. None of that. It's not the point of this. The point is Mendoza looks rushed. He looks a little skittish. He looks a little scared at times.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. We got a ton of texts to get to. If we don't get to them now, we'll get to them at the top of the hour. So get your text in. And if you want to jump aboard the phone lines to call, 310-840-4910. Crack, that's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you win a prize. You can win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All righty, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. It's a Friday. We got a full slate of games to pick from. Here we go. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! All righty, we go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. And we got some lengthy streaks to discuss. Brad, you've got a streak of 1. That's not necessarily lengthy. You got off the schneid, and so I think you're about to get hot. Producer Brandon Combs is at 3 in a row, and his average is almost at 730, so he's been climbing up, and up over the last couple of weeks. Yours truly, I'm at 5 in a row, over 750 for the season, and then our guy Monty, 10 in a row last night. Andrew Vaughn with his first at-bat single. Monty is at 79%. He's batting 785 on the year. He has been on an absolute heater. We'll see if he can push it to 11 in a row. So I'll start us off here. I'm going to the Polar Bear. Give me Pete Alonso tonight in Sacramento in that bandbox of a stadium against the A's and against the lefty Jacob Lopez. Pete is batting second tonight in the lineup, 1 for 3 career off of Jacob Lopez. And Alonso has just been absolutely red hot lately. Now, he didn't get a hit last night, but he is hitting .374 in the month of August with an OPS over 1,100. And he's hitting .261 off lefties this year. So give me the Polar Bear, Pete Alonso, to get a hit and push my streak to 6. Brad, who you going with, brother?
Oh, let's see with the Baltimore Oriole. Another guy that's got a slap in the sack. How about a little mayo on the sandwich? Kobe Mayo taking on those aforementioned Athletics. A guy that's got a hit in 6 of his last 9. Nice. And a guy, too, that has had a lot of success against left-handed pitchers. Batting .307, over 1,100 OPS on the year against Southpaws. He's 1 for 4 lifetime against Jacob Lopez. On top of that, Lopez, no bueno, 5.48 home ERA. Kobe Mayo hopefully gets me streaking to numero dos.
Bang. All right, let's get to producer Brandon Combs, who's looking for 4 in a row. Combs, who are you going with?
I am going to go with the Atlanta Braves catching sensation. I will go with Drake Baldwin to get a hit tonight. Not only does he have 5 hits in the last 2 times that he's faced the Colorado Rockies, but that beautiful, lovely Goatees website says that Drake Baldwin's coverage rate tonight is 91.2%. So I'm going to take it all the way to the bank.
Beautiful. Speaking of that goatee, our video producer, Monty, Michael Montgomery, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, he has rode it all the way to first place in a current streak of 10. Number 11 tonight, Monty. Who's going to get it?
Yeah, I'm sticking to that same game as Combs. Matt Olson, second highest rated hitter on my board tonight against Sugano, who's just been beaten up by lefties all season. 15% barrel rate, expected batting average over 300, 42% hard contact rate, so very bad. 2 trends I like: more than 250 games with an elite rating for Olson, getting a hit 68% of the time. That jumps to 71% at home, which he is tonight. On the other side, Sugano has faced more than 100 hitters with an elite rating. 70% of them have gotten a hit. And then opponents are hitting over 300 against 2 of Sugano's main pitches, that being fastballs and sinkers. Love Olson tonight.
Beautiful. All righty. He's going with Matty Olson. That's the pick. And then Combs is telling me in our show chat that Art has made a pick. Is Art making that pick on air? That's what I am not privy to. All right, Art, go ahead.
I'm a big fan of the show. I'm picking Ben Rice of the New York Yankees against the Red Sox tonight.
All right,
Ooh,
beautiful.
good selection.
Art's going with Ben Rice. So, Brad, I believe you've got the odds calculated. If all 5 of those guys get a hit, Alonso, Kobe Mayo, Drake Baldwin, Matt Olson, and Ben Rice, what are the odds with our friends at BetMGM?
You're looking at a cool plus 438. As always, fade or follow, that is up to you.
Really quickly, our guy Chuck in Alabama texts in 2-game streak tonight. Let's go streaking. Thanks to you guys, hit my 4-player parlay last night. When Pat took Churio last night, I knew I had one in the bag. Pete Alonso gets a hit for my Orioles tonight.
This is Westwood One Sports.
He's Bill Belichick. I mean, it's got to work at some point, right? I mean, something's got to be there. The thing that kind of gets lost in the fact that he's still, the best head coach in the history of NFL football is that as good as a coach as he was, and okay, yeah, he had Brady and all that, but as good as he was, his eye for personnel development, it kind of got lost over the years. And that was kind of the problem, is that he had the GM duties at New England to go along with a head coaching job, and his drafts just were not that great. Well, apply that to college, where you can pick everybody you want. And what he did was he had a whole new team of players last year with something like 70 new transfers who came in. They completely, changed everything. They were bad at college football, so he dumped them and got like 50 new players to come in. So, I joke, yes, we're going to have fun tomorrow and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, to handicap week 0 is hard enough as is, because you don't have a preseason to go off of. But, man, we are flying blind now. I mean, the transfer portal era, where you have teams full of all new guys. And used to be, you can kind of judge teams based on, the offensive lines that would be, built over time. And you could say, okay, well, this team's about to gel and, all that kind of stuff. You can't do that now. So for tomorrow, I'm just sort of guessing here that it's going to be close, because every one of these Ireland games have been close. I mean, 5 of the last 6, Notre Dame blew out Navy one year, but 5 of the last 6 were decided, each one by 3 points or fewer. It's a weird game because you have to fly so far. It's fish out of water. It's week 0. These guys aren't quite ready. Again, no 4 games of preseason like you have in the NFL. They're going right away. TCU's the way better team. But I think North Carolina is going to be a little spunkier tomorrow. I think they're going to be all right, especially on defense.
If there's a team that's going to miss the playoffs from the NFC North, it's Green Bay. It is. Like, I believe in Kevin O'Connell's ability to turn Kyler Murray around. I'm not saying Kyler Murray's going to be MVP level, but this is completely different from anything he ever dealt with in Arizona in a good way. I think despite the questions on the offensive line, Detroit is going to bounce back. I think Chicago is going to take another step forward, even though everybody is pegging them for regression after all the one-score victories last year. If there's a team that's going to fall off in the NFC North and fall out of the playoff picture, it could be Green Bay.
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. It's a Friday night. The vibes are flowing. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Don't download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Friday night party kicks off right now. Don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We've got a bunch of text messages to get to, and you can join in either texting or you can call 310-840-4910. Fun first hour. Talked about Dylan Gabriel's big night last night, and if you believe that either he or Shedeur Sanders will be the quarterback of the future for the Cleveland Browns. Ty Simpson, big night last night. Is he going to be the backup quarterback to Stafford in case the worst-case scenario happens, which would be a Stafford injury? I feel like it's got to be Ty Simpson. It cannot be Stetson Bennett. But Stetson Bennett didn't play last night, which would lead me to probably think that Stetson Bennett's going to be the backup. I think the Rams are getting it all wrong. Plus, we talked all the big baseball matchups coming up. We'll keep you posted on all the baseball scores throughout the show tonight. And we went streaking. Monty's looking for 11 in a row, and he's going with Matt Olson against the Rockies. If you want to join, it's 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Brad, we've got to talk about our favorite things to watch tonight in the preseason. But before we get there, and I guess this will kind of lead into it because it won't be what I want to watch. Maybe I would have watched it if he was playing. But breaking news, Adam Schefter reporting that Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy will not play tonight in the Vikings preseason finale against the Denver Broncos in Denver. Actually, this is Kevin Seifert, and Schefter retweeted it. Kevin Seifert, who covers the Vikings for ESPN, tweeted, quote, J.J. McCarthy won't play for the Vikings tonight in Denver. He suffered a minor ankle injury last weekend versus the Ravens, participated in light practices Monday and Tuesday, and sat out Wednesday. Didn't feel comfortable playing tonight, but no concerns from the team long term. Yeah, I would say no concerns from the team because they're probably going to cut him on Monday. Talked about this in the solo portion the other day when it was reported first that J.J. McCarthy might not play in this preseason game. I didn't think it was going to be true because I thought that this is an audition for him, whether it's to stay on the Vikings or maybe to find his next team. And he's not playing. Is that ankle injury all that serious, Brad? Or does J.J. McCarthy know that he's getting cut come Monday on cutdown day? I think the Vikings should cut him. And I think he's going to end up with his old pal, his college coach, Jim Harbaugh. I think the Chargers will take a chance on him, whether it's on the practice squad or if it means they cut DJ Uiagalelei and bring on J.J. McCarthy to be the third-string quarterback. But however serious this ankle injury is, I think J.J. McCarthy's tenure in Minnesota is coming to an official close on Monday. And boy, what a sad 2.5 years it will have been.
Yeah, I honestly, I'll be kind of shocked if that does occur. But you could be onto something, man. I've already on record right here on BetMGM Tonight and said that he is a modern day Josh Rosen, one of the ultimate busts, going to the first round of NFL draft here in recent memory. And he's certainly on that path. And I think the best case scenario for him would have get shown the door and take that pink slip with the Vikings and then wind up with his former college coach, who did a masterful job, as I mentioned, when they won the national title just a few years ago, masking all of the weaknesses and inefficiencies and inadequacies that he ultimately possessed. Because remember, McCarthy was a guy that was routinely getting them like maybe 20, 25 passes in a game, was a whole lot of handoffs of Blake Corum, being a glorified game manager with the University of Michigan. And they just leaned on Corum and that D as well, which is outstanding that season, rode him all the way to a national title. So, yeah, man, I could see him winding up reteaming with Jim Harbaugh, the City of Angels, operating behind Justin Herbert. He needs a change of venue. He needs a change of scenery because J.J. McCarthy right now is on a path to being one of the ultimate busts, not only in recent memory, but all time in NFL quarterback history.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad, man. It's just been so bad. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. All right, update. This is getting ugly in Baltimore. I didn't think the Washington Commanders were taking this game all that serious, and I don't know if their players are either. Ethan Kaliakmanis, the former Rutgers quarterback, is under center. He's had a decent preseason, but, man, they're getting walloped by the Ravens, 17-0. I think that just goes to show you how much good depth the Ravens do have. It was Joe Fagnano to start the game, and it was Snoop Huntley to start the game, and he threw that beautiful 25-yard touchdown catch to Chris Moore. Now it's Joe Fagnano into the game. Ravens up 17-0 midway through the second quarter. They went and scored on their first drive. Commanders fumbled it away on their first play from scrimmage. Ravens punched in another touchdown, and Washington has all of, let's see, I think they might have less than 20 total yards of offense. 47. Okay. So, yeah. Just get to the regular season for Washington with hopefully no more injuries. And there you go. Okay. So the Ravens lead 17-0, but we've got two games about to kick off. Falcons, Dolphins, and Texans, Panthers, part of a 9-game slate tonight. So a lot to watch in this preseason, Brad. What is the number one thing you are looking forward to watching tonight?
Honestly, it is the RB3 battle in Tampa Bay. As the number 1 and number 2 right now in the depth chart are going to be Bucky Irving and Kenneth Gainwell. It's really a 1A, 1B scenario with those two guys. A little bit different skill set that each of them brings to the table, but that RB3 is really fascinating to me because I thought Sean Tucker was going to be cemented in that role before the preseason began. But, we're hearing the rumor mill spin about, and he could be on the chopping block. So I think he's going to get significant run tonight. A guy that was a certifiable goal line gremlin last year for you fantasy managers out there listening, a guy that stole away a lot of touchdowns in that backfield and those goal line packages. And he's battling Josh Williams, second-year running back, both big body guys. If Tucker winds up getting shown the door from Tampa, he's going to wind up on another roster immediately. And we know the injury imp is always lurking, always biting, always snacking on appendages in the NFL. I'm going to go on record right now and say this. If Tucker is kicked off this roster and signed somewhere else, no matter who it is, he is going to make an impact at some point this year. The guy's an absolute bruiser between the pipes, and a guy that last season showcased some pretty damn good hands as well. So, monitor, keep an eye on, keep tallies. Sean Tucker versus Josh Williams and the Battle of the Sunshine State, Buccaneers at Jaguars.
And that's like you said, in the Sunshine State, you got two former coordinators turned head coaches, or at least, no, one former coordinator turned head coach. The former coordinator for the Buccaneers, Liam Cohen, is now the head coach of the Jaguars. I was thinking of Dave Canales for a second, but that's another former Buccaneers coordinator that is now the Panthers head coach. Todd Bowles has been the head coach for the Buccaneers for quite a while. Brain was broken for a second there. My number one thing I'm looking for, Brad, is Tua turn the ball over and the Falcons offense. Tua's starting this preseason game tonight, the preseason finale, against the team that just cut him and ate a historic dead cap rate to get him off the team, the Miami Dolphins. Tua's back in Miami. to take on the Dolphins. I wonder if he's having shades of 2021 when he was actually a good quarterback. But no, like this is pretty telling. I think, as much as I think that Michael Penix has the QB1 job sewn up because of Ian Rappaport's reporting the other day, it would be, quote, impossible for Tua to earn the nod with how he's played and apparently how bad he's been in preseason and joint practices. He is starting this game tonight. I didn't get official confirmation, Brad. Jump in if you did, on if any other Falcons offensive starters are going to play. I'd say 99% chance, 99.9%. We're not seeing Bijan. We're not seeing Kyle Pitts, or we're not seeing Drake London. Outside of that, I'm not sure who else on this Falcons offense will be suiting up for Tua to throw the ball to. Maybe you see the rookie Zachariah Branch from Georgia, who I love. Maybe you see Olamide Zaccheaus, who is new to this Falcons roster. I don't know if you'd even see Jahan Dotson. Again, it might be just the rookies and guys competing for these last final roster spots here. But either way, this is a big, big game for Tua to go out there and perform, shut a lot of the doubters up, and make Kevin Stefanski really ponder who should be my starting quarterbacks. I think this is a massive game tonight. I don't think this is just throw Tua in there for nothing. Because if they had their decision made up that it was going to be Penix, I don't know if Tua would be even playing. So I think this actually means a whole lot for Tua tonight, and I can't wait to see how he does. The Dolphins do have the ball first, so we'll obviously keep you posted whenever Tua and the Falcons offense takes the field.
Yeah, Kevin Stefanski said that playtime will vary. Those are the exact words that he said in regards to starters when asked yesterday whether or not they're going to see the field. So, yeah, I think, maybe we'll get a series with Drake London and Kyle Pitts if those guys even suit up. I think it's going to be anyone's best guess at how many starters are going to play. But you're right, man. Massive implications with Tua Tagovailoa. He's got to go out there and at least be somewhat competent. I still believe on the reporting, Ian Rappaport, I think it's a foregone conclusion. Your guy, you called it. Michael Penix will be the starter for this team week 1 when they make that trip to P-Town, taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tua is at least go out there and, show the team that he's got something left in the tank, because he has been an unmitigated disaster by all accounts throughout the entire summer.
He has been. He absolutely has. All right, Brad, on to you. Number 2, second top thing you're looking for in the NFL preseason games tonight.
Well, it's your number 2 as well, so we'll just discuss this together. It's Mekhi Lemon, the rookie at USC, who was expected to be the water bug operating in the short to intermediate field for Fly, Eagles, Fly, and they were at home taking on the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, all indications, both teams are going to be sitting their starters, but Mekhi Lemon has been banged up all summer long. Hasn't really seen the field at all because of a nettlesome hamstring injury. So they want to get his feet wet, get him some reps. And I'm curious to see how he's going to perform. Curious to see, I know it's largely vanilla packages, especially in preseason week 3, how he's going to be deployed and utilized in this offense. Look, I'm heavily invested right now in fantasy in Dallas Goedert. I think people are sleeping way too much on Goddard. And his early season schedule is absolutely spectacular because Philadelphia opens against Washington. They're going to be the dregs of K defensively this season. Then they go to Tennessee, probably going to be a bottom 10, maybe even a bottom 5 defensive unit this year. Then against my Chicago Bears in the Windy City. The Bears defense is going to be overly forgiving this year. Probably going to be maybe inside the top 20 at best. And I'm saying very much maybe there. And then they get the Rams at home. Obviously, the Rams may have the best defense in the NFL. Then you get Jacksonville international game after that in week 5. So Dallas Goedert, who after week 7 last year had 6 touchdowns already to his name, could have a similar output. But how does this relate to Lemon? I got to see how he is going to be utilized in this offense, because a lot of those targets that were going to Goddard last year, even in red zone situations, could go to Lemon this year in that short to intermediate field scenario. So that's what I'm looking out for. I want to see if Lemon is with the squeeze right now and what he can bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget the Eagles jumped over the Pittsburgh Steelers, who were on the phone to draft him at number 21, and the Eagles took him at number 20. That was savvy, smooth, smart by Howie Roseman. But yeah, the hamstring injury that has been bothering him for much of camp. It looks like it is now in the past. Zach Berman, who covers the Eagles for The Athletic, tweeted out, Mekhi Lemon is going through warmups as if he's going to play tonight. That would give this game some intrigue. In 2024, the Eagles played Cooper DeJean in the final preseason game after he missed the first two, so he could get some game action before the season. We all saw how that turned out. Cooper DeJean, along with Quinyon Mitchell, two of the best rookie corners in the NFL that year. They're now two of the best corners in the NFL. So Mekhi Lemon, after a big season at USC last year, over 1,100 yards and 11 touchdowns, he is going to see a lot of snaps tonight, I think. Maybe not a lot, but definitely the first quarter. And so I'm going to assume the Eagles are going to start Tanner McKee, who has kind of been on this roster for the last couple of years, and then they'll probably turn things over to the rookie Cole Payton, who they took out of North Dakota State. So I would assume it's going to be Tanner McKee throwing footballs to Mekhi Lemon. And yeah, after trading away A.J. Brown and also bringing in Dontavian Wicks and Hollywood Brown and Eli Moore, Mekhi Lemon is supposed to play a big role in this offense. I'd be very excited to see the explosiveness, to see where they have him lining up, if he's going to be on the outside, if he's going to be their slot receiver this year. But yeah, we're going to get our first crack at Mekhi Lemon in an Eagles jersey tonight, and that is pretty exciting. Finally, Brad, third thing you're looking out for in the NFL preseason, what would it be?
Let's talk about your beloved G-Men and the battle for the NYC going to be played there in Jersey. How about Najee Harris, who they just plucked off the street? I think I'm already on record for saying this here on BetMGM tonight. I believe he's got to start at least 3 to 5 games this season because Cam Scatterbo is a moron, and he's going to get himself hurt at some point because he cannot stay away from absorbing contact. He relishes it. He really does. He really does. And not only that, but Tyrone Tracy is certainly in the doghouse. So that's why they brought in Harris. Now, Harris, last time I saw him, looked like your portly uncle running the football. And what I mean portly, at like 375 pounds, at like 5'5". I mean, the guy could barely move. He looked like he had a piano strapped to his back. The yak per attempt numbers are really falling off precipitously the last couple of years. Same with the missed tackle rate. But he can pass block. He's got adequate hands, reliable hands out of the backfield. Harris is going to get some run tonight, and I want to see if he's got anything left in the tank. Otherwise, your boy is going to look like a giant boob questioning one Cam Scatterbo. And I can tell you this, I look like a giant boob already. So that just goes without saying.
Yeah, so then you'll match. You'll match what you look like. 310-840-4910. Quick update, by the way. There is a B. Robinson playing for the Atlanta Falcons right now, Brad.
Brian?
It's Brian Robinson. It's not Bijan. Bijan not playing. Woo. It is Brian Robinson. Tua's got the Falcons in the red zone inside the 10-yard line. He hooked up with Kyle Pitts, who is playing. Kyle Pitts, Jahan Dotson, they've already caught some passes from Tua.
Wow.
A short pass to Pitts that then went for 37 yards on a 3rd and 11. And so the Falcons right now are inside the 10-yard line with Tua leading the offense. My third and final thing I'm looking forward to in the preseason tonight, and it's a question mark because I don't know if he's going to play. I haven't seen any confirmation. John Harbaugh has kind of kept his cards close to the vest. The only thing that we do know for sure is Jackson Dart isn't playing for the Giants, but some starters are. I wonder if Odell Beckham Jr. is playing, and I wonder if it's going to determine if he makes the team or not. Now, again, the big news earlier this week, Calvin Austin, who the Giants just brought in free agency, tore his ACL. And so that kind of probably opened up that final roster spot for Odell. I didn't think he was going to make the team until that happened. He's already making some of his staple patented one-handed catches in warmups, but he didn't have pads on. This was like 45 minutes ago, so I don't think he would have the pads on anyway. So I'm not sure if Odell's playing, but again, he's putting on a highlight reel of one-handed catches in the at MetLife Stadium right now as the Giants are getting ready to play the Jets. So I don't know if the Giants are going to play OBJ. Maybe the Calvin Austin torn ACL basically sealed up his roster spot for the G-Men, but who knows? Maybe they want to make him prove it. Maybe they want to make him earn it. And Jameis Winston is going to play quarterback tonight for the Giants, him and Brandon Allen. So I'm excited to see if OBJ plays, and if he does, even though it probably would only be for a series, I'm looking to see, because again, if he is out on there on the field, maybe that means it's not a guarantee that he's making this roster. So we'll see if OBJ even does play. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get you some updates on some baseball. We'll get you some scoreboard updates on the NFL preseason, and we'll play a little NFL buying or BS with some big-time news coming out of the final week of the preseason with the Seahawks and the Patriots 10 days away from football, baby. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
I honestly think we're a year early on this. The Cowboys went 12-5 3 years in a row under Big Mike. We're forgetting how good those teams were. You had probably a better offensive line on some of them, right? Because you still had Zach Martin in a prime, you still had Tyron Smith. So your offensive line was probably better. You had Lamb and Amari Cooper on the same team. Now, I think this version of Lamb and George Pickens is a better receiving core, but that one was a much more technical, right? More tactical receiving core, better route running necessarily. Dak is older. Now, older at the quarterback position sometimes means better. But you also had Zeke. And what is Zeke compared to Javonte Williams? Defensively, those teams had Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence, who is a good player. You had some issues, no doubt, with some of your defensive guys. I push back. This is the best team. I've heard some people say this is the best team since 2007. The best team since the Super Bowl has been the 07 team. That team was the number one seed in the NFC. It was. You go down, look at that roster. Look at the offensive line. They had some nasty on that offensive line. That offensive line, I mean, they would chew on nails, between snaps. But this is I think this is a good team. I just think it's a year early. Are they a playoff team? Maybe. But I think next year is the year that you would pinpoint that is like, okay, that's the year that you make or break.
I'm starting to worry just a little bit about Fernando. He had a couple nice throws in the preseason, but at no point did he really look super comfortable. It looked like everything was rushed, even when he made nice throws and good reads. I think it was Brock Osweiler, maybe, who was on NFL Network last night, and I was watching him break down some Fernando tape. And even on the touchdown pass, for example, a couple weeks ago, Mendoza's working through his reads and his progressions from what I can see in almost a rushed manner. And look, I said it a couple minutes ago. I'll repeat it. When you're working behind an offensive line like this, There's going to be a lot of moments where you feel rushed. And the speed of the game is just greater than any level you've played at before. It's the NFL, even if it's the third quarter or fourth quarter of an NFL preseason game. This is still most likely better than anything you saw at the college level. It's not to take away from anything Mendoza did, anything Indiana did last year. None of that. It's not the point of this. The point is Mendoza looks rushed. He looks a little skittish. He looks a little scared at times.
Chicago mean anything to play these guys?
Oh yeah, definitely. I grew up a Chicago Bears fan. My dad's a Chicago Bears fan, still is, except when we play them. So yeah, I'm just wishing the city well.
So he's gonna wear the two-tone blue?
No, hell
no.
No.
Oh man. So who was your guy? Who was your guy growing up?
Jay Cutler. We love Chicago. We love Jay Cutler out there, Matt Forte and B. Marsh.
All right.
BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Oh, baby. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Whoa, Nelly. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. That was Cornell Tate ahead of the NFL preseason finale, the finale of the preseason, which is tomorrow night, 6 o'clock Eastern, when the Bears are in Nashville to play the Titans. Cornell Tate asked about growing up as a Bears fan. Who did he love? Jay Cutler, Matt Forte. I missed the other, Brad. Who was the other name that Cornell Tate threw out there?
Brandon Marshall.
Okay, Brandon Marshall. Got it. That makes sense. Yeah, so and that's not too long ago. You know, let's not forget this kid is Cornell Tate is 21, 22 years old. So, I mean, that feels like a long time ago, but he was probably 11, right? About 10 years ago, Brandon Marshall, Jay Cutler, Matt Forte, maybe even a little bit longer. It was about 2014, 2015 when those guys were starring for the Chicago Bears. So either way, we'll get to more of this Titans and Bears matchup tomorrow, or more so importantly, just Cornell Tate in just a bit. But we do have a bunch of text messages to get to here, so let's hit a couple of them.
Yeah.
And if you want to join the show, again, it's 310-840-4910. Adrian in Maryland texts in, I'm sorry, guys, this Rams offense takes more than a game manager. How soon we forget they got rid of Goff because he was a game manager. Stafford wasn't the MVP because he managed the game. Brad, your thoughts? You and I debating if Ty Simpson should be the backup over Stetson Bennett. I don't think Ty Simpson will be a game manager. I just think he's better. I think Stetson Bennett is a game manager. So that's even more reason to think that Ty Simpson should be the backup in case Stafford gets hurt.
Yeah, look, and again, I'm not going to read into Stetson Bennett not seeing a single snap last night. Again, straight from the horse's mouth, that being Sean McVay, he said exactly that. They're going to, reassess the tape. They're going to analyze it. They're going to make a decision. I mean, they spent high draft capital on Simpson for a reason. He impressed me with his command of the offense. He didn't really let it rip downfield, granted, but he can come in. I think he can be more than a game manager in a situation if pressed into duty. So, all I got to say is let it simmer. The Rams are built to succeed. The Rams are built to win the Super Bowl. If something were to happen to Stafford, I don't know if they're going to skip much of a beat with Simpson, quite frankly. They're just that loaded and that talented.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't go that far that they're not going to skip a beat if it's Ty Simpson, if it's anybody but Matthew Stafford. That's not to say I would count him out because we saw what Brock Purdy could do, but to say they wouldn't skip a beat, that's a little too rich for my blood. 310-840-4910. Neil from Vancouver texts in, what's good, guys? Happy Friday. Scooble making his return back to Detroit in about half an hour. This was earlier in the show. That game's already going on. Brad, bring out the sledgehammer because this will be must-watch TV. Hold on, Brad, before you bring it out. let's just update the folks. Top of the fourth in Detroit. Dodgers nothing. Tigers nothing. Scooble 3 innings, 1 hit, 6 strikeouts, getting matched pitch for pitch, though, by Drew Anderson, who has tossed 3 1/3 scoreless innings with 4 Ks. So Scooble dominant so far, but the Dodgers offense struggling again.
Yes, indeed. But we got to appease being men of the people. So, Daddy won. Daddy needs.
Yes.
Daddy gotta have it. Let's go. It's a Friday. We're partying with the sledgehammer. I need some Peter Gabriel in my life, for the love of God. We're not getting
I don't know if
it's okay.
I don't know if Art got the memo about the sledgehammer. Oh, that's all right, Brad. The way that you and I can do it.
Yeah, we do.
The way that you pound that hammer.
I'm out of
man.
oxygen.
I know. I mean, it's the level you go to, the insanity you go to. You don't even need the music. I mean, you just raw dogged it. You raw dogged that sledgehammer, and it was beautiful. It was gorgeous.
Yeah, I really did.
And I know,
Pat, I don't know if you remember my old show, Live on the Line. I used to do that as a show I created back in the day. It was sponsored by BetMGM. It was on all the various. There it is. We did this every single show. And man, my sledgehammer form was epic by the end of 2.5 seasons. So, yeah, sledgehammer, it lives on. Thanks, Neil. We love you.
yeah, Neil, good stuff. I'm sure he appreciates that sledgehammer. And then just because I read it really quickly at the end of the first hour, again, our guy Chuck in Alabama texted in. He's playing Let's Go Streaking. He is saying he's got a 2-game streak, and he is with me, taking Pete Alonso. We're both on the Polar Bear tonight in that game against the A's. That one's not going to start, though, for another 2 hours. So hopefully Polar Bear Pete gets it done in his first AB. Otherwise, we might be waiting until we get back on the air. You on Monday, me on Tuesday, to see if my streak lives on, and Chuck's as well. All right, 310-840-4910. We've got a phone call. So before we get to Carnell Tate, let's get the phones here. On the line is Elijah in Baltimore, next up on BetMGM tonight. Elijah, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Nothing much, man. How you doing?
What's up?
Can you hear me? All right, cool.
Yes, sir.
We got you.
So I've been living in Baltimore my whole life, and I'm sorry to say, but I am behind enemy lines because September 20th, the second game of the Ravens schedule, the black and gold, is coming to town.
Ooh.
Okay? So I cannot wait to go to the stadium with my jersey on, my Reggie Bush jersey on.
Be careful.
And just who that all over the. Listen, I did a DoorDash down to the Ravens Stadium, and I'm like, oh, who that in the building? And they just like, man, just get out. Who are you? And I'm like, listen. But yeah, every year I've been listening to you guys for a couple of months now, and it's been getting me through my days at work, and I just love sports so much. And I've been every year, it's just been like Saints, Ravens, Saints, Ravens, Saints, Ravens. And I'm like, dang, will it ever happen? You know? But prayerfully, this year is the year. I like Lamar, I like the coaching staff. Declan Doyle came from, the Sean Payton tree, so he knows what he's doing with Lamar, getting him to be a good pocket quarterback and everything. The offense is going to be like maybe a little bit of an adjustment for him, but I think they'll get it right. Same thing with us. The injury bug is hitting us crazy right now, but it's going to be a good season for the both of us. So that's all.
Yeah, Elijah. So when you go into M&T Bank Stadium on September 20th, and you're hoodatting all over the place. So let's say the Ravens are up by 20. Let's say it doesn't go so well. Are you staying till the end of the game? Do you have the Ravens jersey underneath that you can take out as a surprise?
Nope, I'm staying true to the black and gold, my friend. I don't care what it looked like. I've been a fan since the Aaron Brooks days.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Wow, that's a long time Saints fan.
I know about the paper bag. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, hey, Elijah, we appreciate the call, my man. No worries. We appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. 310-840-4910. That might be a tough day. That might be a tough day for Elijah in Baltimore. Brad. Although I will say this, the Ravens have had some uncharacteristic early season losses over the last couple of years. How could we forget 2 years ago right? They're coming off the loss to the Chiefs in week 1 where Isaiah Likely missed a touchdown by his big toe. And then you think next week they have 10 days off. They're at home opener against the Raiders. And you're like, all right, this is an easy bounce back spot. I know because I got knocked out of my survivor pool. John Harbaugh, author of the most double-digit blown leads in the second half, they blow a 10-point fourth quarter lead as Devontae Adams and Gardner Minshew orchestrate magic. And then Daniel Carlson boots the game-winning field goal. So you never know. You never know. Maybe the Saints do go in there and Tyler Shuck has the game of a lifetime. But I can only imagine Elijah walking into the Ravens facility or into M&T Bank Stadium, door dashing and going, who dat? And then just getting like, get out of here, man. Get out of here. That's got to be good, though.
Yeah, he might have to come and try to sneak in maybe a horse tranquilizer through a blow dart and blow it in the general direction of Derrick Henry and hopefully, make contact, hit him in like the left buttocks or something because you're going to have to make that dude drowsy and put him to sleep so he does not inflict pain after the second half. But we appreciate the call and Godspeed to you. Who dat indeed? I love the Sazeracs on Bourbon Street. Amazing.
310-840-4910. Quick update. Tua has fumbled another snap. Now, I haven't seen exactly how it happened, but I have been following the Gamecast because this is not on any kind of TV. I don't even think, even if you have the ESPN Unlimited app, I think only if you're in Atlanta or Miami, you can watch this game. But it does say Tua Tagovailoa fumbles, aborted and recovered by the Dolphins. So, man, he had a good drive, but that's the second time in 3 series in this preseason that Tua has fumbled a snap. What the heck is going on? 310-840-4910. Brad, really quickly, let's get into some buying or BS. We came back from commercial break playing the Carnell Tate sound of him talking about Jay Cutler and Brandon Marshall and Matt Forte and growing up a Bears fan. Titans team reporter Jim Wyatt was reporting that at Thursday's joint practice against the Bears, Carnell Tate, it was arguably his best day of camp. He got off to a pretty rough start of camp, and in his 2 preseason games, he basically hasn't done anything. So, Brad, I'll tee you up here to start. Buying or BS? Concerns about Carnell Tate's 0 connections with Cam Ward and the 2 preseason games are overblown. Carnell Tate in his rookie season will finish with at least 70 yards, 70 completions, 70 receptions, 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
Yes. 70 receptions, 1,000 yards, and 5 touchdowns this fall. Are you buying that, or is it BS?
Yes, that was a writer error. I just saw that I put 70 yards along with 1,000 yards, so that was incorrect. 70 receptions, 1,000 yards, 5 TDs. I'm actually buying. He is going to finish with that. Look, I understand he had a single reception in the 2 preseason games. Maybe they can right that ship. We don't know if he's even going to play. I haven't seen anything yet. If the starter's going to be able to go against my Chicago Bears, understandably, really should be out there because they got to get some semblance and flow of a respectable offense, him and Cam Ward. But they invested high draft capital in Carnell Tate. That guy can run every route in the tree. And he has been a sensation a lot of these joint practices. The last joint practice against the Bears, as a matter of fact, 12 targets, 7 catches, 2 touchdowns. That's the Carnell Tate I want to see if he gets an opportunity tomorrow night. And that's the Carnell Tate we're going to occasionally see on the field this season in the regular season. So, yeah, I think he's going to get to 70, 1,005. I think Tennessee's going to be playing from behind early and often a lot of games. He'll come out, smell like a rose in garbage time. So don't forget about Carnell Tate in your fantasy drafts this week, and a guy who slipped nice little WR3 value in 12-team exercises.
Dude, and I talked about in the solo portion of one of the shows this week, it felt like Robert Saleh was already throwing the offense under the bus, whether that's his quarterback Cam Ward or his offense coordinator Brian Dable. Not sugarcoating it, saying that the offense has got to be better. And then meanwhile, the defense made some mistakes in the first quarter against the Seahawks, and Robert Saleh was like, hey, I'm glad they're making mistakes. So, like, already trying to massage the media and perpetuate that it's going to be the offense, it's going to be Cam Ward, it's going to be Brian Dable's fault if the Titans season goes sideways. I don't know. Maybe I was reading a little bit too much into Robert Saleh's coach speak, but either way, Titans starters not only expected to play against your Bears tomorrow night, Brad, they're expected to play almost the entire first half. That goes to show you
Wow.
how much rhythm this offense needs going into the final game or going into the regular season. So we're going to see plenty of Cam Ward and Cornell Tate, it looks like, tomorrow. And that might give you a lot better feeling about the rookie wide receiver heading into the season if he does start to make some grabs.
Yeah, I totally agree. And they opened week 1 against the New York Jets in Nash Vegas. So, somewhat friendly matchup, though. I think that Jets defense at least got to be top half this season. Should be respectable in their own right. But he has got to establish, I'm saying he, as in Cam Ward, a nice rhythm, flow, and chemistry with Cornell Tate in real action. I'm putting real in quotes because it's still the preseason. But that would be a step forward from what we've seen in joint practices. He's going to get fed regardless. He's going to be the WR1 in this offense. They don't have any other highly reliable weapons, although Gunnar Helm is really interesting to me. We got Wan'Dale Robinson there, but he's a little bit banged up. Cornell Tate should see at least 125, if not upwards of like 140 targets this year. If he gets that kind of volume, the numbers should come rolling in.
Yeah, and they didn't draft him number 4 overall to ease him in. He is going to be their number 1 target, hopefully, if he can get on the same page with Cam Ward right away. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We've got some other items on the docket to get to with NFL Buying or BS. Plus, we'll get you some football and baseball scores when we return. We're just rolling right along here on this Friday. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. A lot of sports, a lot of fun. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
He's Bill Belichick. I mean, it's got to work at some point, right? I mean, something's got to be there. The thing that kind of gets lost in the fact that he's still, the best head coach in the history of NFL football is that as good as a coach as he was, and okay, yeah, he had Brady and all that, but as good as he was, his eye for personnel development, it kind of got lost over the years. And that was kind of the problem, is that he had the GM duties at New England to go along with a head coaching job, and his drafts just were not that great. Well, apply that to college, where you can pick everybody you want. And what he did was he had a whole new team of players last year with something like 70 new transfers who came in. They completely, changed everything. They were bad at college football, so he dumped them and got like 50 new players to come in. So, I joke, yes, we're going to have fun tomorrow and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, to handicap week 0 is hard enough as is because you don't have a preseason to go off of. But, man, we are flying blind now. I mean, the transfer portal era where you have teams full of all new guys. And used to be, you can kind of judge teams based on, the offensive lines that would be, built over time. And you could say, okay, well, this team's about to gel and, all that kind of stuff. You can't do that now. So for tomorrow, I'm just sort of guessing here that it's going to be close because every one of these Ireland games have been close. I mean, 5 of the last 6, Notre Dame blew out Navy one year, but 5 of the last 6 were decided each one by 3 points or fewer. It's a weird game because you have to fly so far. It's fish out of water. It's week 0. These guys aren't quite ready. Again, no 4 games of preseason like you have in the NFL. They're going right away. TCU's the way better team. But I think North Carolina is going to be a little spunkier tomorrow. I think they're going to be all right, especially on defense.
If there's a team that's going to miss the playoffs from the NFC North, it's Green Bay. It is. Like, I believe in Kevin O'Connell's ability to turn Kyler Murray around. I'm not saying Kyler Murray's going to be MVP level, but this is completely different from anything he ever dealt with in Arizona in a good way. I think despite the questions on the offensive line, Detroit is going to bounce back. I think Chicago is going to take another step forward, even though everybody is pegging them for regression after all the one-score victories last year. If there's a team that's going to fall off in the NFC North and fall out of the playoff picture, it could be Green Bay.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Oh, pump the jams, pump it up. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, and apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it, boost it, BetMGM. And all right, before we get to an eye-opening quote from Clint Kubiak regarding the running backs of the Las Vegas Raiders, get you a couple of updates. First, I was very excited about the potential of Odell Beckham Jr. playing, Brad. He did. He is. So is Jameis Winston, and they have combined for an interception already. Odell Beckham was targeted on the second play from scrimmage. It was an incompletion. A play later, they go back to him. He slips on the end of his route, and as he tries to stand up, a Jets defensive back comes in, knocks the ball up into the air, and it gets picked off. So off of Odell Beckham's hands and an interception. And I saw Ralph Vacchiano kind of say the same exact thing I said. I want to see if Odell gets targeted and if they're throwing to him, because I think that'll be telling on how either certain or completely uncertain his roster spot is on the G-Men come on Monday when it's roster cutdown day. And the fact that they've already thrown to him twice, I think is telling. And it goes off his hands and it's an interception. Maybe Odell Beckham Jr. doesn't make the Giants, because that is a brutal start. And the Jets have since punched it in for a touchdown with Cade Klubnik and the backups. Chip Trainum, the former Ohio State running back, essentially just carry that entire possession. 9 carries, 30 yards, and a touchdown. And so the Jets up on the Giants 6-0 with the extra point pending early on. But yeah, that's not so great looking for OBJ, Brad. He might find himself off this Giants roster come Monday. And after the Calvin Austin torn ACL, that would be surprising to me.
Yeah, it would be surprising, but it wouldn't be an utter shock. I mean, that could be the ultimate destination, him landing on the street. Maybe somebody else is going to give him an opportunity. By the way, Tua Tagovailoa is still in this game for Atlanta. The first quarter just ended. I mean, his stat line has been impressive. 7 of 8 for 95 yards. He did have the fumble loss, as you mentioned in the prior segment. Kyle Pitts, puzzlingly, still in this game. 3 targets, 3 grabs, 59 yards. Jahan Dotson, 3 targets, 3 grabs, so 27. You know, I've never really questioned Tua's accuracy because he's, generally speaking, a short to intermediate field thrower, occasional downfield bomb. A guy that was way up there in just completion percentage and standard completion percentage last season, way up there as well in red zone completion percentage with Miami. He's just been so meh and kind of vanilla and just mistake prone in other instances. So, I mean, tonight he's showing that, hey, I'm still in the conversation. Maybe for this QB1 job, we both believe it's going to be Michael Penix, assuming that he's going to be healthy and good to go week 1 for the ATL in Pittsburgh. But Tua, at least resembling an NFL quarterback tonight. I mean, he's hitting his targets in stride on various routes. Been really impressive. And then one other takeaway I've got in the early games is the Jets are on the board. Looks like Chip Trayanum.
Yeah, Chip Trayanum, the Ohio State running back. I mentioned
Great,
that's how
okay.
they scored after the interception.
Oh, okay. You made to mention that. All right. So there's the touchdown, 1-yarder. Thank you for the pronunciation. Sean Tucker, as I mentioned, that was a guy I was looking at, immediately got 3 carries for 13 yards for Tampa against the Jags. It is 0-0 in that game and no Jags starters. Elsewhere, I haven't really seen anything that's grabbed my attention.
Yeah, the Falcons just fumbled again, by the way. It wasn't Tua. This time it was Brian Robinson. So they've coughed the ball up twice already. Tua, again, I still haven't seen that one on social media because they're playing this one on NFL Network right now while the Commanders-Ravens is at halftime. So I didn't see exactly if it was just a botched snap on the first fumble. Let's see. Yeah, it was. It was a botched snap that Tua fumbled. And then Brian Robinson just fumbled again. So, yikes. Falcons still lead the Dolphins, though, 7-3. All right, 310-840-4910. Brad, you've been all over the Raiders' backfield since this Ashton Genty injury, which was 5 days ago now when it happened on Sunday. Yep. And we've been waiting for anything from Clint Kubiak. Well, we finally did get a telling quote last night after their preseason game on both Ashton Genty and the rookie Mike Washington. Clint Kubiak said, quote, I think that they're both going to prepare to play a lot of football. As these games unfold, you're going to react to the game. I think we've got 2 guys that we're really excited about. Is this a running back by committee here, Brad? Is this anybody that drafted Ashton Genty even before this ankle injury, or even if we get confirmation he's going to play in week 1 and he's good to go, is it time to pump the brakes on the second-year running back, Ashton Genty?
Well, he had 84.3% of the opportunity share. That ain't going to happen this year. Mike Washington has forced his way in this conversation. Ryan McFadden, who covers the Raiders for ESPN, added today, it looks like, that's a direct quote from McFadden, Mike Washington has, quote, changed the staff's perspective on the running back room, as he should have. And that guy's averaging over 7 yards per clip here in the preseason. He has been splendid. He has been spectacular. Multi-dimensional tour de force that he brings to the table. I mean, Jenny's not going to go away. I mean, Ashton Jenny is ultra talented. They spend all that high draft capital on him, but is he going to get 80% again? No. Is he even going to get 70%? I think it's debatable. Let's say hypothetically, Genty, who's dealing with an unknown ankle sprain, we don't really know the severity. Kubiak added he's hopeful that he's going to play in week 1. That's about all we know so far. But they get Miami, which is going to be the dregs of cake, one of the worst and probably friendliest defenses in the NFL this season. Let's say Washington starts, goes out there and rolls up 100 yards and a touchdown. We're going to have to debate in week 2, what does Vegas do if Genty is back? Is it 70-30, Genty to Washington, 60-40, or outright 50-50? That will TBD. So keep that in mind. If you got a fantasy draft this weekend, don't overspend on Genty, and you might want to reach for Mike Washington.
310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. We got a couple of minutes here before break. Figured we'd let you know right now, bases loaded for the Dodgers in the top of the 5th. Still scoreless. Tarek Skubal, 4 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 6 strikeouts. Dodgers looking to break through right now with the bases juiced in the 5th. Elsewhere, Red Sox and the Yankees scoreless in the bottom of the 2nd. Braves up on the Rockies 2-0, and Matt Olson is 0 for 1. He struck out swinging in his first at bat. So we'll see if Monty can get his streak to 11. We'll have much more sports, including the Price is Right or Wrong, when we come back here on BetMGM tonight.
This
I honestly think we're a year early on this. You know, the Cowboys went 12-5 3 years in a row under Big Mike. We're forgetting how good those teams were. You had probably a better offensive line on some of them, right? Because you still had Zach Martin in a prime, you still had Tyron Smith. So you probably your offensive line was probably better. You had Lamb and Amari Cooper on the same team. Now I think this version of Lamb and George Pickens is a better receiving core, but that one was a much more technical, right? More tactical receiving core, better route running necessarily. Dak is older. Now, older at the quarterback position sometimes means better. But, you also had Zeke. And what is Zeke compared to Javonte Williams? Defensively, those teams had Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence, who is a good player. You had some issues, no doubt, with some of your defensive guys. I push back. This is the best team. I've heard some people say this is the best team since 2007. The best team since the Super Bowl has been the 2007 team. That team was the number one seed in the NFC. It was. You go down, look at that roster. Look at the offensive line. They had some nasty on that offensive line. That offensive line. I mean, they would chew on nails. Between snaps. But this is a good. I think this is a good team. I just think it's a year early. Are they a playoff team? Maybe. But I think next year is the year that you would pinpoint that is like, okay, that's the year that you make or break.
I'm starting to worry just a little bit about Fernando. He had a couple nice throws in the preseason, but at no point did he really look super comfortable. It looked like everything was rushed, even when he made nice throws and good reads. I think it was Brock Osweiler, maybe, who was on NFL Network last night, and I was watching him break down some Fernando tape. And even on the touchdown pass, for example, a couple weeks ago, Mendoza's working through his reads and his progressions from what I can see in almost a rushed manner. And look, I said it a couple minutes ago. I'll repeat it. When you're working behind an offensive line like this, there's going to be a lot of moments where you feel rushed. And the speed of the game is just greater than any level you've played at before. It's the NFL, even if it's the third quarter or fourth quarter of an NFL preseason game. This is still most likely better than anything you saw at the college level. It's not to take away from anything Mendoza did, anything Indiana did last year. None of that. It's not the point of this. The point is Mendoza looks rushed. He looks a little skittish. He looks a little scared at times.
your live game night huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Friday night shindig kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You want to join the show, you can call and you can text at 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Talking a whole lot of football. We're going to talk a whole lot of college football coming up here in just a bit. 20 minutes from now, we'll go through the Week 0 college football matchups. That's right, baby. We got real games that matter tomorrow. The long wait, the long journey is over, baby. So we're going to get into those in 20 minutes. Coming up at the top of the hour, 1 hour from now, the U.S. Open begins on Sunday in New York City. That's right. You know I'm a big tennis fan. Danny Kluppinger, our gal from the Tennis Channel. That's right. DK, Brad, you know her well from your former employer. She is going to stop by in 1 hour from now and answer all the pressing questions. And as she always does, she gives out a couple of plays for the U.S. Open as well. So can't wait to talk to Danny. We still got some more football news to get to. We'll get you caught up on a bunch of scores in a little bit. 310-840-4910. But Brad, are you ready for a little The Price is Right or Wrong, my friend?
Oh, yeah. Let's spin the wheel. A little showcase showdown, my friend. Hopefully I'm going to win a car.
Oh, it's a new car. Brought to you by... All right. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. He's the one that created this game, this segment that we play. He didn't create The Price is Right, but he created the segment The Price is Right or Wrong. And so, Combs, for the folks that are not familiar with this segment, break it down. What are we doing here? And then let's get into it.
Yeah, so for this version of The Price is Right or Wrong, you guys can come on down, and we're going to go through some fantasy quarterback ADP, running back ADP, wide receiver, tight end. I'm going to give you a name, give you their numbers and where they're being picked in drafts at this moment. And you guys tell me whether or not the price is right or wrong. Are we ready, gentlemen?
Oh, yeah.
Heck yeah.
All right. Let's start with the quarterback position, and let's go with one Jalen Hurts. QB5, 63.8 ADP, and he is down 3.5 spots in the last 7 days. Seems awfully wild to me. Brad, is the price right or wrong for Jalen Hurts?
I think the price is wrong, Bob, on this one. I think it's too high, way too aggressive at QB5. I actually have moved Jalen Hurts down on my cheat sheet. By the way, if you want a single printable cheat sheet for your fantasy draft this weekend, go to my Twitter handle, X handle, at Noisy Huevos. I have one there that's absolutely free, so you might want to check that out. I moved him down to quarterback 9, believe it or not, today. I got Caleb Williams ahead of him. I got Jackson Dart ahead of him. I got Justin Herbert ahead of him. What is the downside in the area where I'm most concerned about Jalen Hurts? The inaccuracy was a rather disgusting last season. A guy that was outside the top 20 in adjusted completion percentage. I was just number 17 in deep ball completion percentage. Now his red zone completion percentage was damn good, but minimal attempts because they ran the ball a lot of city of brotherly shove. Obviously, the rushing upside that he possesses didn't run as much last year. And that, goal line, tush push is still one of the most effective plays in the NFL. You look at the strength of schedule, the easiest among fantasy quarterbacks, promising, very good offensive line. I think he's going to miss A.J. Brown. I really do. I just think he is an adequate but not a spectacular QB1. QB5, 63.8 ADP. The price is wrong. to go Happy Gilmore, I will leave the last word off. Pat?
Yeah, I think the price is right. I think the price is right here on Jalen Hurts. Now, Brad, we've been debating the Philadelphia Eagles this entire offseason, and as a Giants fan, trust me, I would love nothing more than to slam dunk on them if their offense struggles and if they miss the playoffs and they don't win the NFC East for a third straight time. But unfortunately, I give it to you straight, and I think that they are going to win the NFC East for a third consecutive year because I do think this Eagles offense bounces back in a big way. And again, we say bounces back for a team that won 11 games, but we know how much they were stuck in neutral last year. And by now, I blame who was that moron Kevin Patullo calling the plays last year. They bring in Sean Mannion. Jalen Hurts has been under center for a lot of training camp. There's been so much pre-snap motion. They basically breathed life into the offense that was dead, looking like it was in the prehistoric ages all of last season. So, yeah, that offensive line that struggled, I kept asking myself how, right? Because guys were playing through some injuries, but for the most part, Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson played most of the year. Now, Lane Johnson did announce this is probably going to be his final season, but the offensive line, I think, will be good. I think the run game will be good. I think Jalen Hurts will be good. And even if he's not lighting it up in the passing yards department, which he really hasn't in his entire career, he's never gotten to 4,000 yards, but all but 1 year in the last 4, he's gotten over 22 passing touchdowns. And you mentioned the tush push, man. They're committed to it. They're going to do it again. Jalen Hurts in the last 5 seasons has averaged 12 rushing touchdowns per year. That's free points. That's free bacon for you. There's not many other quarterbacks that get those 6 points for running the football in via the tush push so many times per year like Jalen Hurts does it. So I think they're going to stick with the tush push. It's going to get them a bunch of more fantasy points. I think the price is right. Jalen Hurts at QB5. I like it.
Well, for the sake of this show, just so you know, moving forward, I more have the body build of Drew Carey than I do of Bob Barker, so it's the price is wrong, Drew. And the price is definitely wrong here with Jalen Hurts. There's no way I'm taking him as QB5. There are at least 4 or 5 other quarterbacks I would take on that list before I even touch Jalen Hurts. So that's just me. Let's move on to fantasy running back. Let's go to Bashal Tootin. Love that name. Jacksonville Jaguars running back 24, 57 ADP, and he stayed level the last 7 days. Pat, is the price right or wrong on Bashal Tootin?
Bashal Tootin. Root Scootin' Tootin. Bashal Tootin. I think the price is right. Now, that's not because I'm excited about Bashal Tootin, but it's because I don't really think there's going to be a whole lot of competition for him in that running back room. Now, Jacksonville, remember, they lost Travis Etienne. He went and signed with the New Orleans Saints. They didn't bring in anybody to really compete with Bashal Tootin. Now, they brought in Chris Rodriguez, who is the power back from the Washington Commanders. I think he'll be the guy in, short yardage situations. In goal line situations, right? And I know he's been drawing positive reviews for his power running style during training camp. That's what he is. But it doesn't mean he's going to get a ton of carries other than in short yardage situations. They also have LaQuint Allen, who they drafted in the 7th round last year, and he's out for the rest of training camp with a soft tissue injury. That was a couple of weeks ago, so I don't know if he's even going to be a factor for the first several weeks of the season. So again, running back 24, there's probably 1 or 2 running backs that are ranked ahead of him that aren't even the starting running backs. So he's going to get the bulk of the carries, and Jacksonville's run game last year was pretty solid. Again, I'm not overly excited, but I think for being running back 24, I think the price is right.
And I vehemently disagree. The price is very wrong on Bashal Tootin. I have him right now at RB30 in my half-point PPR ranks. I think this is way too inflated. I'm going to be a strong pass at him at 57 overall. C-Rod, Chris Rodriguez, is going to be a goal line gremlin. That's the biggest issue. And also Trevor Lawrence. Remember, he ran for 9 rushing touchdowns last season. They have really talked up LaQuint Allen. I know he's in with a soft tissue issue, but they felt he was going to be primarily the pass down, the third down option in this offense whenever he does come back. So once this backfield is fully healthy and constructed, you're looking at Tootin being the first and second down guy between the 20s, and the offensive line as well could be a bottom 10 unit. You throw in the fact, too, the strength of schedule for fantasy running backs only number 16. RB24, the very back end of the RB2 line in 12-team leagues, very wrong on Bashal Tootin. You and Nick Costos, who we love on You Better You Bet. Pat, I think you guys got to get a room because your love affair for Tootin is off the charts.
I don't even have a love affair. I said I'm not overly excited. I feel like for a guy that's going to get the bulk of the carries. Now, you mentioned he is not going to be getting the goal line carries, so maybe that does snake away 4, 5, 6, maybe even more possible touchdowns that he could have gotten this year. So, yeah, I mean, okay, that's fair. But, again, for I think the guy that's going to get 80% of the carries in the middle of the field, outside of the 5-yard line, I feel like running back 24 is maybe not that crazy, but you feel like he should be running back 30. So, I mean, you're very low on him. I wouldn't say I'm high on him.
I am.
I would say I'm like middle of the road.
Well, I disagree with both of you because I disagree with Pat because I think the price is wrong, but I disagree with Brad because I have him at a running back 20. I like Bashal Tootin a lot, and I think that this offense, I think what a lot of people don't realize is what Greg Udinsky had this offense doing last year, which was franchise records in points, touchdowns, and first downs. He loves to utilize the running back, and I do think that you're going to see a lot of Bashal Tootin, and I do think you're going to see a lot of them in the pass game, a lot of screens in the red zone. Udinsky loved running screens in the red zone last year, so I think you're going to see a lot of that. I like Tootin a lot this year. I do have him at running back 20, so I think that the price is wrong. Aggressive. That, you know me, kind of aggressive. It's kind of way I do things.
Aggressive expansion.
Right. Fantasy wide receiver, Lad McConkey, the McConkey donkey, as Brad likes to call him, of the Los Angeles Chargers. Wide receiver 18, 42.7 ADP, and he's been vaulting in drafts, up 2.6 picks in the last 7 days. Brad, is the price right or wrong on the McConkey donkey?
Yeah, it's a really a bullish market right now, the McConkey donkey, and I may sound like a jackass for saying this, but the price is right on him. He is going to be the certifiable WR1 in this offense. I know Quentin Johnson caught that TD bomb off the hand of Justin Herbert last night, but McConkey's that dirty worker. Does a little bit of everything, especially in the short to intermediate field, the occasional chunk play as well. And if you look at some of the advanced analytics last year, he was number 19 in total yak, number 33, respectable there, in total air yards. I like the offensive line of the LA Chargers. I think it's going to be borderline top 10 unit. I like the fact that Mike McDaniel comes in. He can really orchestrate and oversee a structurally sound offense. And he's got chemistry established with Justin Herbert, who's no slouch in his own right. Strength of schedule, all that unintimidating in my mind. I'm going to say right now, 80 receptions. I'm going to go with right around 1,200 receiving yards, 6 to 8 touchdowns. He gets there, he's going to be top 20, and it'll be worth the investment at WR18, 42.7 overall. Again, price is right for me on the McConkey donkey.
I disagree. I think the price is wrong because I feel like he's not getting you a ton of touchdowns this year. Now, he had 6 last season, 7 in his rookie year, but look at the red zone targets that Lad McConkey got last year. They were few and far between. Now, again, the Chargers' offensive line was in absolute shambles from basically the beginning of the season, but inside the 20, from week 8 on, Lad McConkey only had 6 targets in the red zone. Now, could he go back to being just a volume guy in the middle of the field that they rely on to do that dirty work, like you mentioned, Brad, playing in that slot receiver under Mike McDaniel's new offense? Yeah, he could. He could get upwards of 70 to 80 catches again for 1,000 yards. But again, I worry that he is going to be lacking in the touchdown department. Quentin Johnston, he's that deep ball threat. You saw it yesterday. You saw it last night. And then they brought in David Njoku to compete with Rondé Gadsden. And I feel like you might see some sets where they've got both of those guys on the field. So once you get in the red zone, I don't really trust McConkey. We know the Chargers want to run the football as well with Amari and Hampton. So unless he's getting like 90 catches for over 1,200 yards, that's not going to make up for the few touchdowns that I foresee him having. So I think the price is wrong on McConkey. I'd probably have him, I don't know, down by wide receiver 25 or something.
Wow.
Yeah, I have him down at around 22. I think it's just one of those low risk, high rewards. As long as you can get them in later rounds, I'm not taking a huge chance on Ladd McConkey in fantasy drafts this year. All right, let's go fantasy tight end. George Kittle, tight end number 9, 91.2 ADP, and plus 6.5 spots in the last 7 days. Are you guys buyers in George Kittle? Pat, is the price right or wrong?
I mean, I just don't know how you can. I got to see it. He's somebody that I'm going to avoid, unfortunately. So, in terms of the market, it could be right, but I would say the price is wrong just for me because I can't just blindly buy into a guy that is in his mid-30s and tore his Achilles in January and is claiming that he is good to go. He was activated from the PUP list. He's claiming he's going to play in Australia. But, again, I just can't buy it for that reason. When he's healthy, we know how great Kittle is. I mean, he had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons in 2023 and 2024. Last year, he was banged up even before he tore his Achilles. He missed weeks 2 through 6, didn't play week 17, and then tore the Achilles in the playoffs. So just a lot of wear and tear on him. Again, the rest of the Niners offense, McCaffrey, Mike Evans has barely been on the practice field. They bring in Deebo Samuel. Brad, you and I love DeJon Stribling. I think it's undeniable how big of a red zone target George Kittle will be, but just the overall year, what his production is going to look like, 8 months plus removed from the torn Achilles, I can't buy it. For that reason, the price would be wrong for me.
Yeah, look, if he were 100%, and we knew for sure that he was going to get a full complement of snaps week 1, 2, 3, with no repercussions from that Achilles setback, I mean, he would be firmly in the conversation of the top 5 overall tight ends in fantasy. I mean, he had 138.4 passer rating when targeted last season, third best among tight ends in the NFL. The chemistry with him and Brock Purdy is unbreakable. But yeah, the price is wrong at tight end 9. I mean, you're going a similar vicinity ADP-wise as Sam Laporta, Kyle Pitts, Isaiah Likely can get a good 30 picks later. I'd rather have all those guys over George Kittle, knowing the downsides and the slow ramp-up he may have in the early season. So I'm in agreement. The price is wrong on Mr. Iowa Hawkeye, George Kittle. We love you, Monty.
I like George Kittle. I don't know that I like him at tight end 9, probably somewhere around the 11 or 12 mark. I don't really trust him right now either. But, I mean, guy's a dog, so he could come out and just prove me wrong.
He could. Monty in our show chat says, I'd rather have Kittle than all those guys. No downsides for Kittle. Okay, well, I just know that you're Iowa biased. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on a bunch of scores. There is 8 NFL games in action right now. I know it's the preseason, but you can't tell me to not be excited. Oh, baby. Plus, a lot of big-time playoff baseball implication games going on as well. So we'll get you a scoreboard update when we return. We'll look ahead to tomorrow. Week 0, college football. It's here. Does Bill Belichick and the Tar Heels put together a real big leap in year 2, or is it going to be another blowout at the hands of TCU across the pond this time in Dublin? We'll break it down when we come back. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
He's Bill Belichick. I mean, it's got to work at some point, right? I mean, something's got to be there. The thing that kind of gets lost in the fact that he's still, the best head coach in the history of NFL football is that as good as a coach as he was, and okay, yeah, he had Brady and all that, but as good as he was, his eye for personnel development, it kind of got lost over the years. And that was kind of the problem, is that he had the GM duties at New England to go along with a head coaching job, and his drafts just were not that great. Well, apply that to college, where you can pick everybody you want, And what he did was he had a whole new team of players last year with something like 70 new transfers who came in. They completely, changed everything. They were bad at college football, so he dumped them and got like 50 new players to come in. So, I joke, yes, we're going to have fun tomorrow and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, to handicap week 0 is hard enough as is because you don't have a preseason to go off of. But, man, we are flying blind now. I mean, the transfer portal era where you have teams full of all new guys. And used to be, you kind of judge teams based on, the offensive lines that would be, built over time. And you could say, okay, well, this team's about to gel and, all that kind of stuff. You can't do that now. So for tomorrow, I'm just sort of guessing here that it's going to be close because every one of these Ireland games have been close. I mean, 5 of the last 6, Notre Dame blew out Navy one year, but 5 of the last 6 were decided each one by 3 points or fewer. It's a weird game because you have to fly so far. It's fish out of water. It's week 0. These guys aren't quite ready. Again, no 4 games of preseason like you have in the NFL. They're going right away. TCU's the way better team. But I think North Carolina is going to be a little spunkier tomorrow. I think they're going to be all right, especially on defense.
If there's a team that's going to miss the playoffs from the NFC North, it's Green Bay. It is. I believe in Kevin O'Connell's ability to turn Kyler Murray around. I'm not saying Kyler Murray's going to be MVP level, but this is completely different from anything he ever dealt with in Arizona in a good way. I think despite the questions on the offensive line, Detroit is going to bounce back. I think Chicago is going to take another step forward, even though everybody is pegging them for regression after all the one-score victories last year. If there's a team that's going to fall off in the NFC North and fall out of the playoff picture, it could be Green Bay.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. All righty. Let's get you a couple of quick football scores because there are, again, 8 games in action right now. With the Bengals and the Eagles, that's currently the one I got watching. Mekhi Lemon is playing, Brad. He's been targeted 3 times, 2 catches, 2 yards. Couple of quick hitters to Mekhi Lemon. I did see the one pass they tried to throw him a deep ball on. The DB from Cincinnati made a really nice play. He ran a nice route to the sideline, like a 15-yard corner route, and he would have made the catch if the DB didn't leap up and knock it away. But yeah, other than that, 2 catches, 2 yards. Honestly, it's been the 40-year-old Josh Johnson that has been the biggest highlight for either team. Playing third string for the Bengals. He's 4 for 6 for 59 yards. Bengals lead it 3-0 in that one. Your guy Najee Harris, are you excited to watch with my G-men? He is playing, and he's playing well. 6 carries, 29 yards, but his backfield mate, Tyrone Tracy, 3 carries, 29 yards, including, Brad, a 6-yard touchdown run. G-men lead the Jets 7-6. Odell Beckham Jr., after that first drive where he dropped the pass that led to an interception, much better. 2 catches, 36 yards for Odell, including a 23-yard haul. So looking good. The Giants also turned it over a second time, though, before they scored a touchdown. Braxton Berrios got hit in the red zone and coughed up the football. So you're basically seeing a decent amount of Giants starters, or at least fringe starters here, with Jameis Winston at the helm. All right, so that's what's going on in football. A bunch of these other games have a field goal or 2 to their name. That's really about it. On the baseball side of things, Dodgers tied with the Tigers 1-1. We mentioned they had bases loaded in the 5th inning. They did not score, and then the Tigers got on the board because of an RBI triple from Max Clark, although the Dodgers did tie it up with a Rojas RBI single. And, Miguel Rojas, RBI single, but then I think in that same inning, Kyle Tucker got thrown out at the plate. So, tight one in Detroit. Dodgers won, Tigers won. Tarek Skubal still in the game, 6 innings, 1 run, 7 strikeouts against his former club. And then my Yankees lead the Red Sox 1-0. A solo bomb from Paul Goldschmidt. Goldie leaves the yard, and Cam Schlittler, that is Cy Young Schlittler to you. 4 innings, 1 hit, 6 Ks. Yankees lead the Red Sox 1-0. Brad, anything else? Any other scores, NFL or baseball that you've seen that you want to throw in?
Yeah, just again, keeping track of the Buccaneers backfield, that RB3 battle between Sean Tucker and Josh Williams. Williams only 3 carries for 4 yards, Tucker 5 for 15. So we'll see what the tail of the tape's going to be at the end of the night, and what's going to be determined who's going to make the roster and who could be on the outs. It looks like advantage Tucker right now, but it's not like it's an impressive amount of yards that either one of these guys accumulating.
310-840-4910. All right, Brad, we've got meaningful football tomorrow, baby. In 15 hours from now, sink on into your couch and get ready across the pond in Dublin, where there is a chance of rain, but the forecast actually looks pretty decent. Bill Belichick and the North Carolina Tar Heels will start their season the same way they started it last year, playing Sonny Dykes and the TCU Horned Frogs. Now, hopefully it doesn't go down the way it did last year for UNC when they were at home and got blasted 48-14. TCU, 8.5, or actually 9-point favorite with our friends at BetMGM. If you're watching live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, you can see the live odds. And the total is 46.5. The big changes in Chapel Bill this offseason, he brings in Bobby Petrino to be the offensive coordinator, and they bring in Billy Edwards Jr., former Wisconsin quarterback, most recently former Maryland quarterback. He is the starting quarterback. The defense is expected to be pretty decent. They were decent last year. The offense was arguably the worst in the country. Now, big news is that Bill's son, Steve, who looked like a psycho on the sidelines, he has been on indefinite leave for some kind of medical reason. He hasn't been with the team. He's not going to be there tomorrow. So we'll see if TCU can take advantage of that. I got to see North Carolina's offense step up before I buy into any kind of year 2 leap under Belichick. The defense will probably be good because we know that's what Bill excels at. That's why he's a Hall of Famer. But, man, I I know Bobby Petrino's come in here. You would think the offense can take a little bit of a bump. I would still say this year 6-6 would be a win for North Carolina. I think TCU gets the win tomorrow. I don't know if I'm interested in laying basically double-digit points. If there is one play I would have, Brad, it would be the under. Not that, again, if it rains, awesome, because then that probably makes it a little bit tougher for the offenses. But it's week 0, the travel, brand new offense for North Carolina. TCU lost a bunch of players on offense. They do bring in a Harvard transfer, Jaden Craig. So I would say if I had to predict a score here, I would say maybe it's 27-10, 27-13. I'm honestly not expecting a whole lot in week 1, aka week 0, from North Carolina's offense.
Yeah, and that's entirely fair. Given the numbers nerd perspective on this game, a great resource that I use all the time is college football graphs. Parker Fleming does masterful work breaking down all of the EPA data, the offensive success rate, the defensive success rate of every single team, and it's free. It's out there on social media. It's out there on the internets, and it's an invaluable resource that I use kind of breaking down all these matchups. So, with his projections in this game, in all these categories of projections, not a reflection of last year. Let me give you the advanced analytic breakdown. TCU, number 38, projected to be an offensive success rate, and number 31, a defensive success rate. So pretty balanced attack for TCU, the Great Horny Toads this year. North Carolina, meanwhile, Parker Fleming's got a projected for just 114 success rate offense, and 58 defensive success rate. So the overall forecast for this specific game, TCU 29.5, North Carolina 23.5. So Fleming gives TCU a 63.7% chance of winning this game. And interestingly, North Carolina a 36.3% chance of winning the game. So, according to the advanced the algorithm there at cfb-graphs.com, it's going to be a higher scoring affair than what the total has. My gut feeling, honestly, I think the Carolina defense will rise to the occasion. Yes, the ultimate wild card is going to be how well that offense can perform. Can they be even remotely efficient in this game and match blow for blow with TCU? Again, my gut says it will be a little bit lower scoring. If I had to lean, it'd be on the under in this game. But I kind of like Carolina plus the points. And that line's come down. I think it opened at like 10.5 a few weeks ago. And now it's at 9. It could be a single possession kind of game. So the way I would play it is maybe take it like TCU on the money line and a parlay, which I've actually built, or just take North Carolina plus the 9. That's it. I'm not going to touch the total. I think it's Tar Heels plus the points, TCU to win straight up, but you got to have some other action to reduce the juice so you can get seduced by the juice. So I think TCU wins, just not handily.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, first game of the season, so definitely don't go crazy on Bill Belichick and the Tar Heels playing TCU with a brand new quarterback who's coming over from Harvard. No disrespect to the Ivy Leagues, but they're known for their brains, not normally their quarterback play. 310-840-4910. That's right. I can't forget Fitzmagic. I can't forget him. Let's get to the next game. There he is, right behind over your shoulder in shining armor. All right, let's get to the next biggest game on the slate, and that is tomorrow afternoon, 3:30 Eastern kickoff at Scott Stadium in Charlottesville. The Virginia Cavaliers, 11-1 last year, trying to prove that it wasn't a fluke under the reigning ACC Coach of the Year, Tony Elliott, hosting the NC State Wolfpack. Virginia, a 5.5-point favorite. This line is moving.
Wow.
Maybe it's come down.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw 4 earlier today. But either way, it is under a touchdown, and it is between 4 and 6. But yeah, there seems to be some action here on this game.
Yeah.
Look, I like Virginia. I mean, they win 11 games last year, and now they get Bo Pribula as their quarterback, former Penn State backup, then went to Missouri, had a decent year last year. A lot of folks thought he was going to go to Virginia Tech and follow James Franklin, but he comes to Virginia. They got one of the best lines in the ACC. 5 senior offensive lineman with an all-ACC tackle in Mikhail Boley. And I think both of these defense probably cancel each other out. So North Carolina State, I'm not all excited about the offense. They bring back quarterback C.J. Bailey. I think Virginia's the better team. I think Bo Pribula gives them the better quarterback. I think home field advantage will be the difference. Give me Virginia, and I'm going to buy in the fact that they return a decent amount of starters from a team that won 11 games last year. I would take the points with Virginia. I think they win this by a touchdown or more.
Man, I don't think it's going to be that wide of a spread, quite honestly. I mean, NC State's had a tremendous amount of success in this series. They have won 4 consecutive, as a matter of fact, against UVA. I mean, I'm puzzled as to why this line is climbed. Is cyclospora? Is there like an outbreak of it with a Wolfpack? Like, there's something going on behind the scenes. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Again, using the data from CFP-graphs.com, Virginia projected to be 87 in offensive success rate this season, number 18 in defensive success rate. NC State 55 offensive, 44 defensive. The projection there, UVA 27.3 to 25.7. So the number crunching suggests that line is a little too fat. You said it's 5.5 now, Pat? That seems a little crazy to me. A 46.2% chance the Wolfpack Cav will win in this thing straight up. Look, I don't know what is going on in terms of line movement. I don't have any inside information. Somebody does, or there's like a party in Charlottesville. They're like, hammer UVA. We're going to be taking this. Forget basketball season. We're owning the Wolfpack. I'm going to side with the Wolfpack at NC State plus the points, man. I think it's too many.
Okay. All right. So we would be on opposite sides of that one. I think Virginia is the better team. You think that the Wolfpack can keep it close, so we will see how it plays out. All right. Now we're getting into sicko territory here. At this point, Saturday night, if you got nothing to do, I guess you might as well settle in for Stanford and Hawaii at Stanford Stadium. Let's not forget how much of a thriller this game was last year when these two squared off in the beginning of the season on the island. Hawaii coming back, the Rainbow Warriors, to beat Stanford 23-20. And that was just the beginning of what was a disastrous season a year ago for Frank Reich and Stanford. Now you got Andrew Luck running the show for his former team here. And again, Stanford a 4-point favorite. I want 0-0 part of this game, Brad. I guess just for funsies, I would take the Rainbow Warriors because of what they did last year, but I'm not going to lie and act like I've done the deep research here on either of these teams. So this is a pass for me. But like I said, it's a sicko territory if you want it.
Wrong. I believe in Timmy Chang. I'm part of the Chang gang. Always have been, always will be. I love betting Hawaii. There's a phrase in the sports betting universe. There's always the Hawaii game. That's always the last game on the board when they're at home. And I have chased that sucker way too many times in my life. I used to do a lot of TV work in my Yahoo days. I would make that, flight to the Bay Area, and that would be the only game on. And I would stay up till like 1 a.m. Pacific time, knowing I had to get up at like 5 a.m. Just to get some action on those Rainbow Warriors. Again, using the data from CFP Graphs, Parker Fleming's got this projected Hawaii to win straight up 29.5 to 23.5, giving Hawaii a 63.7% chance of stealing this sucker. Tank Williams, one of my really good friends who coaches on defense for Stanford. I love you, Tank, but I'm raising a Mai Tai, baby. Give me Hawaii. Aloha.
Wow. Love it. Love it. Like I said, for funsies, I'd be on Timmy Chang and the Hawaii Warriors, Rainbow Warriors. But other than that, yeah. And then the late one tomorrow night. Again, this is sicko territory. But again, it is week 0, so play responsibly. Memphis and UNLV tomorrow night, 10 o'clock Eastern at Allegiant Stadium, home of the Raiders. Memphis Tigers, UNLV Rebels. Right now, the favorite is the home team. That is UNLV. Favored by 4 points. High total in this one, 56.5. Memphis, 8-4 last year. They lost the Gasparilla Bowl at NC State. They did get off to a great start, though, and they had some injuries really affect their season. Meanwhile, for the UNLV Rebels, a season ago, also a very strong season in the Mountain West Conference. They went 10-2 before losing in the conference championship to Boise State, and then they lost in the Frisco Bowl to Ohio. So, Brad, you make anything of this one? Again, this is a complete pass for me. Memphis, UNLV, you got to play for this one?
Yeah, I'm a sicko. Complete degen. My lean here is Memphis plus the 4.5. I don't trust the UNLV defense. They're projected to be number 95 in the entire nation defensive success rate according to college football graphs. Memphis not that much better, number 61. That explains the high total. I just think the Memphis offense will be a little bit better. Too many points. This is weird, man. So I am going to go dog Carolina plus 9, dog NC State plus 5.5, dog Hawaii plus 4.5. Oh, and feed them all the damn milk bones. Roof, roof, roof. Another dog with the Memphis Tigers plus 4.5. Every dog is going to have themselves a day, or I'm living in the gutter.
All right. That's a beautiful thing. That's a good way to kick off the college football season. 4 doggies. We like it. We love it. We want some more of it. 310-840-4910. All right, when we come back, we will get you caught up on all the scores. There are some things to definitely keep an eye on for the NFL preseason games, and it is a great Friday night for Major League Baseball. We've got some games coming down to the wire that we'll get you caught up on. Danny Kluppinger is going to join us at the top of the hour to talk about the U.S. Open. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
You know, I honestly think we're a year early on this. You know, the Cowboys went 12-5 3 years in a row under Big Mike. Like that, like we're forgetting how good those teams were. You know, you had probably a better offensive line on some of them, right? Because you still had Zach Martin in a prime, you still had Tyron Smith. So you probably your offense was probably better. You had Lamb and Amari Cooper on the same team. Now, I think this version of Lamb and George Pickens is a better receiving core, but that one was a much more technical, right? More tactical receiving core, better route running necessarily. Dak is older. Now, older at the quarterback position sometimes means better. But, you know, you also had Zeke. And what is Zeke compared to Javonte Williams? Defensively, you know, those teams had Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence, who is a good player. You know, you had some issues, no doubt, with some of your defensive guys. I push back. This is the best team. I've heard some people say this is the best team since 2007. The best team since the Super Bowl has been the 2007 team. That team was the number 1 seed in the NFC. It was. You go down, look at that roster. Look at the offensive line. They had some nasty on that offensive line. That offensive line, I mean, they would chew on nails, you know, between snaps. But this is a good. I think this is a good team. I just think it's a year early. You know, are they a playoff team? Maybe, but I think next year is the year that you would pinpoint. That is like, okay, that's the year that you make or break.
I'm starting to worry just a little bit about Fernando. He had a couple nice throws in the preseason, but at no point did he really look super comfortable. It looked like everything was rushed, even when he made nice throws and good reads. I think it was Brock Osweiler, maybe, who was on NFL Network last night. And I was watching him break down some Fernando tape. And even on the touchdown pass, for example, a couple weeks ago, Mendoza's working through his reads and his progressions from what I can see in almost a rushed manner. And look, I said it a couple minutes ago. I'll repeat it. When you're working behind an offensive line like this, there's going to be a lot of moments where you feel rushed. And the speed of the game is just greater than any level you've played at before. It's the NFL, even if it's the third quarter or fourth quarter of an NFL preseason game. This is still most likely better than anything you saw at the college level. It's not to take away from anything Mendoza did, anything Indiana did last year. None of that. It's not the point of this. The point is Mendoza looks rushed. He looks a little skittish. He looks a little scared at times.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. By a jumbo jet. You can join the show by calling or texting 310-840-4910. Let's get you caught up on what's going on around Major League Baseball. Oh, by the way, before we do that, we were talking about North Carolina TCU to kick off the college football season tomorrow. Don't forget, you can listen to BetMGM Tonight, our show, right here on the Westwood One Sports app. You can listen to North Carolina versus TCU tomorrow on the Westwood One Sports app. We are carrying the game. We are running the game, baby. Let's go. How do you kick off college football? With Westwood One Sports. All right. Baseball. Dodgers and the Tigers all tied up at 1. Detroit's season essentially over at this point. They're 9 games under 500, but this was a big reason today because Tarek Skubal was returning to the Motor City, and he pitched pretty damn good. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned, 7 strikeouts. But the Dodgers offense cannot break through. That has been a consistent theme. And so, Brad, you're a Cubby fan. For the Brewers fans, for the Braves fans, rooting for the Dodgers to lose to make it give those teams a better chance of getting a home field advantage in the number 1 seed in the National League wildcard or in the National League playoff race. So that's going on right now. Let's see. My Yankees still lead at 1-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Cam Schlittler. Oh, Killer Cam. 5 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts, although he is up to 90 pitches already. A lot of deep counts.
Oh.
He has been falling behind a lot of hitters, and still he has been dominating. So maybe they let him go one more inning, and then it's down to that Yankees bullpen, which I am not all too keen on. So Paul Goldschmidt has the solo home run, the only run of that game. Let's hope they can add on to that. Yanks up 1-0. And, Brad, how are we doing on the Let's Go streaking front? I know I've got Pete Alonso. I know our guy Monty is hoping for Matt Olson. What is Matt Olson doing right now in the Braves-Rockies game?
He's over 3. It's only the top of the 5th. So, I mean, there's a decent shot he's going to get at least 2 more cracks at it. But here's the good news, I guess, for Monty. The Rockies are right back in this thing. They were down 4-0. It's now 4-3 Bravos in the top of the 5th. 2 outs, runner on second for the Colorado Pebbles. So, maybe even there could be a chance at extra innings and maybe another at bat for Matt Olson. But I think he'll get at least 2 more cracks at it. Monty is a nervous Nelly right now. He's sweating bullets with the streak record coming up. Of course, I've got it at 15. He's at 10. If you want to at least even get in a sniffing distance of yours truly, you need your boy Matt Olson to come through. We hit last one, a fly ball on the warning track, just shy of a home run. By the way, I just want to throw out, I'm not a buyer of the Dodgers right now. I'm really not a buyer of the Dodgers in the postseason either. Pat, I don't know if you've seen the Dodgers and what they have accumulated here in the month of August. They're only number 24 right now during the month of August in WRC+. The bats have gone ice cold, and they're a mediocre number 14 in team-wide ERA. They got to snap out of this funk in September. Otherwise, we have got to reassess expectations for the supposed almighty LA Dodgers and their $3 gazillion on the record right now, because that team is playing largely mediocre baseball.
Oh, they have. I mean, basically since the All-Star break ended, I mean, they've come out of the break playing 500, if not below 500 baseball for months now. So a month and a half. Yeah. I mean, look, I don't know if I would count them out in October. I think the expectations, they're going to be to win the World Series again, but you know me, I'm sticking to my prediction that I made back in March, and that is going to be your Cubbies going to the World Series to play my New York Yankees.
I pray. You're right. I'm worried about the Cubs, man. I said earlier in the show. As I was talking, I looked up and I saw Najee Harris just had a long reception for your G-men. Again, he's getting significant run. They just signed him off the street about 10 days ago. 11 carries, 39 yards, only 3.5 average. Not great. Tracy, 437 with that 6-yard touchdown, as you mentioned. But Harris, 1 for 20 as a reception. That's what he brings to the table. He's got that savvy as a veteran. He's a multi-dimensional weapon. He doesn't have a whole lot of juice left in the legs. But you know what he can do that Tyrone Tracy doesn't do all so well? He can pass block and protect Jackson Dart's backside. And that could give him an advantage. So, again, I'm on record for saying it. I'll quadruple down. Najee Harris, folks, he's going to start 3 to 5 games some point this season because I think something's going to happen in Camp Scatterboo.
I hate that you keep saying that. I hate it.
I'm sorry.
I hate it.
I'm sorry. I'm listening to my gut. I'm sorry.
Jeez. Rooting on my Giants' downfall. Rooting on Scat, the Scat Man's downfall. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to
Stop doing backflips with a busted leg.
His leg's fine. He's 100%. He'll be okay. Look, you need him to kind of be who he is. You need him to be a big dumb idiot that runs through walls, because he's got a short shelf life as a running back. If I can get a Super Bowl in the next 4 years, I'll take it, because Cam Scatterboo, I don't know if he's going to make it in the NFL until he's 30. He might be out of the NFL by the time he's 30 because
no way. Not a chance he's going to make it 30. He'll be lucky if he makes it like 27.
Yeah, I mean, only a couple of years away from that. 310-840-4910. All right, Brad. It's weekend time for you, brother. I'm off Monday. You are in Monday with Kate Constable.
Yep.
So I will see you again on Tuesday, brother. We got the 2 solo hours coming up here with myself, but enjoy the weekend, my man, and enjoy college football. It's back.
North Dakota State -9.5 at +125. I'm out. Have a great weekend.
And the sledgehammer. Oh! All right, coming up next, Danny Kluppinger joins us to talk all things U.S. Open. I'm Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight.
he's Bill Belichick. I mean, it's got to work at some point, right? I mean, something's got to be there. The thing that kind of gets lost in the fact that he's still, the best head coach in the history of NFL football is that his as good as a coach as he was, and okay, yeah, he had Brady and all that, but as good as he was, his eye for personnel development, it kind of got lost over the years. And that was kind of the problem, is that he had the GM duties at New England to go along with a head coaching job, and his drafts just were not that great. Well, apply that to college, where you can pick everybody you want. And what he did was he had a whole new team of players last year with something like 70 new transfers who came in. They completely, changed everything. They were bad at college football, so he dumped them and got like 50 new players to come in. So, I joke, yes, we're going to have fun tomorrow and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, to handicap week 0 is hard enough as is, because you don't have a preseason to go off of. But, man, we are flying blind now. I mean, the transfer portal era, where you have teams full of all new guys. And used to be, you can kind of judge teams based on, the offensive lines that would be, built over time. And you could say, okay, well, this team's about to gel and, all that kind of stuff. You can't do that now. So for tomorrow, I'm just sort of guessing here that it's going to be close, because every one of these Ireland games have been close. I mean, 5 of the last 6, Notre Dame blew out Navy one year, but 5 of the last 6 were decided each one by 3 points or fewer. It's a weird game because you have to fly so far. It's fish out of water. It's week 0. These guys aren't quite ready. Again, no 4 games of preseason like you have in the NFL. They're going right away. TCU's the way better team. But I think North Carolina is going to be a little spunkier tomorrow. I think they're going to be all right, especially on defense.
If there's a team that's going to miss the playoffs from the NFC North, it's Green Bay. It is. I believe in Kevin O'Connell's ability to turn Kyler Murray around. I'm not saying Kyler Murray's going to be MVP level, but this is completely different from anything he ever dealt with in Arizona, in a good way. I think despite the questions on the offensive line, Detroit is going to bounce back. I think Chicago is going to take another step forward, even though everybody is pegging them for regression after all the one-score victories last year. If there's a team that's going to fall off in the NFC North and fall out of the playoff picture, it could be Green Bay.
of the plays, the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we got 2 solo hours coming your way, as we do every Monday through Friday, taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Incredible weekend ahead in tennis. Not only does the U.S. Open begin in New York City on Sunday, 3 days for round one, the second straight year they're doing that at the U.S. Open. I love it. I will be there on Monday. Not only do you have that kicking off this weekend, but you've also got the Tennis Hall of Fame induction ceremony tomorrow evening with my GOAT, Roger Federer, getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. And joining us live from Newport, Rhode Island at the Tennis Hall of Fame to talk about it and to talk about the U.S. Open is the great Danny Kluppinger, host on Tennis Channel. She was on TV earlier today. Saw her in Newport. Saw her on my TV in Newport. And she joins us now. Danny, great to have you back on the show. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me, Pat. And thanks for watching earlier. We love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I got plenty of questions about the Hall of Fame ceremony, but I think most people are fired up about the U.S. Open more than anything else. So, look, on the men's side, Jannik Sinner, Wimbledon champion, reigning U.S. Open finalist. Quite a shock to me that he is not playing in this tournament because of a knee injury that he must have picked up during Wimbledon. Won the title, beating Sasha Zverev. He is not in the U.S. Open. Carlos Alcaraz is, and there was some doubts that he might not even be here, even after he showed up and played in the mixed doubles event with Serena Williams. But Alcaraz says he's 100% good to go. So what are you expecting from the reigning U.S. Open champion, Carlos Alcaraz? Is he justified as the betting favorite, even though he hasn't played since April because of that wrist surgery?
I think because he's just been so dominant, it's been him and Jannik Sinner at the top of this game anytime the two of them are entered into a tournament. So I get why he's getting that type of respect, but we have not seen him play since April. And that's a crazy amount of tennis that he has missed with a wrist injury at that. So I think we were all really surprised to see that he was playing. Surprised and happy, of course, to see him come and play in New York, but surprised that he didn't play any tune-up tournaments at all. I don't know how match ready he is. I mean, it's one thing to do a bunch of practice sets, but it's an entirely different animal to come in and play in 5-set matches. And, you know, when you look at his if you look at his draw, Roman Safulin, who he has first, is not necessarily an easy out. He's a guy that's trying to get his ranking back up. He's won a lot of matches recently, went to 4th round of Wimbledon. That's a tough test out of the gate, and then it gets a little bit more comfortable if Carlos Alcaraz is able to get through Safulin until he reaches the quarterfinal round, where he'll play either Ben Shelton or Arthur Fils. Arthur Fils just won a 1,000-level tournament in Cincinnati. Ben Shelton just won a 1,000-level tournament in Montreal. Those are two guys that are trending in the right direction, and I don't know if I would be surprised if Carlos made it past that round. But I do think even this first round is going to give him a little bit of fits as we just see where he's at. So I get why he's the favorite. I just don't know if I would do it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, and he is plus 250 right now with our friends at BetMGM. So normally, if it's a tournament where Jannik Sinner's not in it, Alcaraz is not getting that price. But because he had wrist surgery because of an injury in April, hasn't played since, that is the reasoning for it. Let's talk about, again, my greatest of all time. My favorite is Roger Federer, but I can't deny the greatness and the amount of Grand Slam championships, the most in men's history, for Novak Djokovic. And the GOAT, once again, with a pretty decent chance to win one final major. Do you give Novak any chance, Danny? Because felt like he had some great chances at the other 3 slams this year and couldn't cash in on any, including at the French Open, where he didn't even have to face either Sinner or Alcaraz, and the teenager Joao Fonseca knocked him out. He plays Clay Corder, Mariano Novone first round. He'll either get Stan the Man, Stan Wawrinka in his final U.S. Open, or Matteo Berrettini after that. But overall, I think considering that he's in Medvedev's quarter, who's looked like a shell of himself all year, this is as favorable of a draw as Novak could ask for. Would you say he's back in the semifinals at minimum, like he pulled off last year?
You know, it's crazy. You can't ever count him out. And you're right. He did get such a favorable draw. It's like the draw gods want him to be able to claim this next major. But I will say I just got back from Cincinnati, where he lost to Thiago Agustin Tarante in Cincinnati in the first round in just a best-of-3 match. Granted, it was really hot conditions, and it really got to Novak. And then Novak's comments afterwards were cause for concern, because he's somebody that usually talks with an immense amount of confidence. And his comments were, I'm just not where I want to be. So those types of conversations when we're talking about gambling don't exactly exude confidence in a gambler, in my opinion. It's tough to see. You're right. I like the draw for him, but I've heard that through some practice sets that he's been playing this week at the U.S. Open, that they haven't been going very well for him. So because of his comments in Cincinnati, he didn't do well in the mixed doubles. Granted, it's just mixed doubles. I understand we can roll our eyes about on that. I don't know if it really is a judge of where he's at or not. But the practice sets at the U.S. Open is a little bit more of a cause for an alarm for me. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm not on the Alcaraz train or the Djokovic train in this U.S. Open.
Yeah, so I guess we will get there in just a bit, what train you are on. But we're talking to Danny Kluppinger here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and Danny is one of the main hosts, studio hosts on Tennis Channel. If you check in tomorrow evening, right around 6 o'clock Eastern, you'll see her, you'll see Prakash Amatraj and the rest of the Tennis Channel crew getting set for the Hall of Fame induction ceremony for Roger Federer and Mary Carrillo. Again, I'll ask you about that in just a second, Danny, but how about the American men chances and maybe the chances overall? Ben Shelton would be the pick for me as the furthest American man, rested after his title in Montreal, had that early exit in Cincinnati. Taylor Fritz, a big question mark for me because that tendonitis I feel like could possibly flare up at any moment that he's been dealing with all year. Big foe, Francis Tiafoe, went to the final in Cincy, but he's kind of dealing with a hip injury. He also had surgery to remove a cyst on his hand, but that was before Cincy, and he played awesome. We know Big Foe loves the New York Lights. He's been to the semis twice. And then the second-tier American men like Leonard Tien, Tommy Paul, and Brandon Nakashima, who's playing the best tennis of his life. But overall, do the American men hopes in terms of being the first Grand Slam champion since Andy Roddick won it here at the U.S. Open almost 25 years ago, do those hopes hang on Ben Shelton, or do you think it could be somebody else?
I think it's on Ben Shelton or Taylor Fritz, and then I would add in a caveat for Francis Tiafoe, but I'm with you. I think Ben Shelton would be the best bet there to win the U.S. Open. I just think that he is trending in the great direction. Obviously, he made the semifinals before a couple years ago where he lost to Novak Djokovic, but then came back last year and had such a disappointing showing because he had to withdraw from his match, or had to retire early, rather, against Adrian Manarino in a third set. You hate to see that, and I know that it still sticks with him that he had to end U.S. Open that way after having such a dominant run the year before. He's becoming more and more comfortable on the tour. His game just from last year to this year has accelerated in a lot of aspects. He obviously just won Montreal. You talked about that early exit in Cincinnati. That was a really quick turnaround. He had to get on a plane that night, get to Cincinnati, play one day later. That's a really tough thing to do on a player, especially after the emotional high of defending your 1,000 level title in Canada. So I agree with you. I think that he's got the strongest chance to win it. I know he's in Carlos Alcaraz's quarter of the draw and Arthur Fils, but there's just something about Ben in New York that I really like. Now, it's interesting. You mentioned Francis Tiafoe. You mentioned Leonard Tien, but Brandon Nakashima has been pretty good lately. And I was trying to find like a really fun wager for people. How about Brandon Nakashima to make it out of the third quarter of the draw at plus 700 on BetMGM? I don't hate it.
I like that.
Medvedev's not playing well. We don't know about Djokovic. Tiafoe might be hurt. I mean, I kind of like Nakashima.
I don't blame you one bit there, Danny. Medvedev's been really, really poor. And Nakashima, Brandon does play Sebastian Baez first round. That's a clay quarter who he should be able to beat. After that, it could be a dicey matchup with the fellow American Alex Mickelson. I know he had a back injury a couple of months ago. He's been playing well since, though. That'll be a battle. After that, you could be looking at Andrei Rublev. You could be looking at, maybe Daniel Merida, who has really come on the scene as well. But, I mean, again, Nakashima would be the favorite, I think, in just about all of those matches. And then you're looking at, you're talking about a potential fourth-round matchup with Novak Djokovic. And the way that Novak's been playing and his age and the way Brandon's been playing, the best tennis of his life, back-to-back semifinals, or the final in Montreal, the semis in Cincy, the way he's serving, I've never seen him serve like this. It's always been the biggest strength of his game. But, man, he is...
His forehand... Yeah, he's really coming on really strong. And to be honest with you, having had to talk, I've gotten to chat with him a lot over Montreal and Cincinnati. There's an aura around him. There's like this confidence. I'm telling you, he's standing up straighter. There's something to be said about the way he's purely carrying himself. He's got the champion and Wayne Ferreira on his team as his coach. I just think that they're dialing up something special, and that section is interesting. I like Nakashima.
Okay, and playing 7-1 to get to the semifinals, I think is a really decent bet. All right, other first round men's matchups that you got your eye on, Danny. You mentioned Arthur Fils. He's going to play Stefanos Tsitsipas, who used to be contending for major titles on a year-in, year-out basis. He had really hit rock bottom earlier this year, but now he's back inside the top 50, playing really good. That's going to be a tough battle. You got Stan Wawrinka in his final U.S. Open against Matteo Berrettini, a former U.S. Open finalist. And then Andrei Rublev, who has been having a really struggling season. He's out of the top 20 now. He felt like he used to make major quarterfinals like they were going out of style, but could never get past that level. He plays Marin Cilic, the 2014 champion. I would assume those are at the top of your list. Any other ones in the first round that you like on the men's side?
I'm intrigued to watch Francis Tiafoe and Martin Daum. Martin Daum's another American, trains out in Florida. He's been having some pretty strong results this year. And if Francis Tiafoe isn't 100%, I mean, we don't know until he gets out there really how his hip is feeling. It was concerning. I mean, he won a 6-1 set in the second set in Cincinnati and then lost the third set 6-love. Like, that's concerning. If you win a set 6-1 and then you go and get called for a medical timeout and then lose in a championship match in the third set 6-love, I would say that's something to be concerned about. So I have my eye on that just because it's a fun All-American matchup and could be a potential upset depending on how Francis Tiafoe is feeling. So that would probably be the other one that I'm really paying attention to, but you really did run through a pretty good amount of good ones.
Yeah, and that's a rematch from last year as well that went 4 sets and nearly went 5 because Martin Daum was serving out of his mind. We're talking to Danny Clevenger here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, getting set for the U.S. Open. In about a minute and a half, Danny, however long you would like to, however deep you'd like to go on the women's tournament, is it Coco Gauff's turn again? Won the U.S. Open a couple of years ago. Also, you got Iga Swiatek looking like she's playing close to back to her best tennis. Jessica Pegula, another American woman that is always in the mix. Can Amanda Anisimova get back to the final? Got here last year. And what is going on with Aryna Sabalenka? The world number one has looked anything but for the last several months. What do you make of this women's tournament? It looks wide open yet again.
You're right. It is absolutely wide open. My favorites are two of the ones you mentioned, Coco Gauff and Jess Pegula. Coco has been kind of knocking on the door all year. She made the Miami final, she made the Rome final, and then just won her biggest title of the season in Cincinnati. And everybody, was you remember this time last year, she was hiring a serving coach between Cincinnati and New York to try and fix her serving issues, which was mind-boggling to do right before a slam, especially her home slam. But in her last 9 matches, she hasn't had a match with a double fault percentage of 10% or higher. I mean, she has really cleaned that up. So she's definitely trending in the right direction. And then if you talk about Jessica Pegula, you look at her matchups, she potentially has a quarterfinal showdown with either Svitolina or Mukova, but she's 6-3 against Svitolina. And Mukova, although playing well in mixed doubles, hasn't really played much singles since Wimbledon. So Jess is just a little bit more match tough. Made the final in D.C. Didn't go as far as she would have liked in Canada, although still, that turnaround from D.C. is difficult. And then Cincinnati made it all the way to the final and had to survive Iga Swiatek and Amanda Anisimova. Both were 3-set thrillers, and Jess was able to get out of it. So I like the two of them, honestly, as my top two picks. If you wanted to find some sort of sleeper action in some regard, if you weren't backing Iga Swiatek and you thought maybe for some reason that loss to Jess Pegula in Cincinnati maybe lingers with her a little longer, Naomi Osaka didn't play in Cincinnati, but she played really well in Canada, in Toronto, before the Cincinnati tournament. And at plus 275 to win her quarter of the draw, you've got Elena Rybakina that's dealing with an Achilles issue. And the other top player in that is Iga Swiatek. So I think there's good value on Naomi Osaka to get to the semis.
All right, awesome. Beautiful. Danny, one last one as quick as you want to be here. How are things at the Tennis Hall of Fame induction ceremony in Newport, Rhode Island right now? That's where you're at. Again, make sure you tune in tomorrow around 6 p.m. Eastern. You can watch Danny and the TC crew live during the induction. My GOAT, Roger Federer, getting inducted. Also, one of the greatest women's players, Mary Carrillo, and a great broadcaster as well going into the Hall of Fame. So what's been the coolest part about being there, and what's it going to be like tomorrow? It just kind of set the stage for us.
Well, it's been awesome. There's a slew of events that are happening this entire weekend. I got to sit and interview Mary Carrillo today with Martina Navratilova. So, wow, I've had a really tough day, haven't I? But she's been fantastic. She's such a great storyteller. And to be honest with you, she understands the magnitude of going into the Hall of Fame alongside Roger Federer. And she is having such a great time with it, and her humility and grace in going in at the same time, knowing that most everybody's eyes are on Roger Federer. She understands the moment and understands that she is getting recognized as well, but also is taking it so gracefully that most of the attention is on Roger Federer. He came to the desk today as well. He's just, everywhere he walks, it's like he's gliding anywhere. The guy is like walks on water. Fantastic. Fun to see. He's got a ton of humor with him. Got to see him speak at an event last night as well. He's lighthearted. He's feeling good. I'm excited to watch their speeches. But truly the coolest part of this weekend is just watching the amount of Hall of Famers in one spot. You've got Edberg. You've got Layton Hewitt. You've got, the list goes on and on. Jim Courier, Tracy Austin. They're all here. And it's very fun to be able to see all these people up close and personal, just absolute tennis legends, all coming together to honor one of the best, tennis players we've ever seen.
That's incredible, Danny. And again, I know you and Prakash and the rest of the TC crew will absolutely crush it tomorrow. I can't wait to watch. And then enjoy the U.S. Open because it starts the day after. So it's always a blast having you on. Brad, before he signed off, wanted to send his love to you. We always appreciate you coming on, and enjoy tomorrow and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you, and thanks for getting Brad off before I got on. I didn't want my eardrums to pop.
Oh, that's how you know you really know Brad Evans, when you realize the damage he can do to your eardrums. Danny, great stuff, as always.
That's
Thanks
my
so
guy.
much.
See ya. That
is her guy, and that's how you know that her and Brad really are really good friends, because you got to bust the chops of the ones that you love. 310-840-4910. That was Danny Kluppinger, host on Tennis Channel. She'll be live tomorrow on your television sets, inducting Roger Federer and Mary Carrillo into the Tennis Hall of Fame in Newport, Rhode Island, and then they will all head to the Big Apple for the U.S. Open, which starts on Sunday. Make sure you follow Danny on social media at Danny Klupp, K-L-U-P. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. When we come back, I'll give you my U.S. Open predictions, who I've got winning on both the men's and the women's side, my semifinals and my finals predictions, and maybe a couple of dark horses as well. So we'll continue the tennis conversation with the last Grand Slam of the season beginning in less than 48 hours from now. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I honestly think we're a year early on this. You know, the Cowboys went 12-5 3 years in a row under Big Mike. Like that, like we're forgetting how good those teams were. You had probably a better offensive line on some of them, right? Because you still had Zach Martin in a prime, you still had Tyron Smith. So you probably your offensive line was probably better. You had Lamb and Amari Cooper on the same team. Now I think this version of Lamb and George Pickens is a better receiving core, but that one was a much more technical, right? More tactical receiving core, better route running necessarily. Dak is older. Now, older at the quarterback position sometimes means better. But, you also had Zeke. And what is Zeke compared to Javonte Williams? Defensively, those teams had Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence, who is a good player. You had some issues, no doubt, with some of your defensive guys. I push back. This is the best team. I've heard some people say this is the best team since 2007. The best team since the Super Bowl has been the 07 team. That team was the number one seed in the NFC. It was. You go down, look at that roster. Look at the offensive line. They had some nasty on that offensive line. That offensive line. I mean, they would chew on nails. Between snaps. But this is a good. I think this is a good team. I just think it's a year early. Are they a playoff team? Maybe. But I think next year is the year that you would pinpoint that is like, okay, that's the year that you make or break.
I'm starting to worry just a little bit about Fernando. He had a couple nice throws in the preseason, but at no point did he really look super comfortable. It looked like everything was rushed, even when he made nice throws and good reads. I think it was Brock Osweiler, maybe, who was on NFL Network last night, and I was watching him break down some Fernando tape. And even on the touchdown pass, for example, a couple weeks ago, Mendoza's working through his reads and his progressions from what I can see in almost a rushed manner. And look, I said it a couple minutes ago. I'll repeat it. When you're working behind an offensive line like this, there's going to be a lot of moments where you feel rushed. And the speed of the game is just greater than any level you've played at before. It's the NFL, even if it's the third quarter or fourth quarter of an NFL preseason game. This is still most likely better than anything you saw at the college level. It's not to take away from anything Mendoza did, anything Indiana did last year. None of that. It's not the point of this. The point is Mendoza looks rushed. He looks a little skittish. He looks a little scared at times.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Yo, yo. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. We'll get to your phone calls and your text messages here in just a moment. Huge shout out again to the great Danny Kluppinger from Tennis Channel joining us last segment to talk all things U.S. Open. I'll give you my U.S. Open predictions in just a few minutes, but we've got a couple of pressing matters to get to in regards to the show. We play Let's Go Streaking every day at 6:45 p.m. Eastern, where we pick one batter, each of us, that we think will correctly get a hit. Going into tonight, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, was carrying a heater with him, 10 in a row, and he took Matt Olson from the Atlanta Braves to get a hit. Matt Olson did not have a hit as of the bottom of the sixth. He was 0 for 3, and then a 69-mile-per-hour bloop single off the bat. That was the exit velocity. Pushes Monty's streak to 11. So the man keeps going. Monty, his season-long streak was 14 in a row to begin the season. And then our buddy Brad Evans bested him and went one more to get to 15 straight correct picks. So Monty is 4 away from that, and he is now 63 out of 80 on the season. That is 79%. To be exact, if you want to treat it as a batting average, it is 787. My gosh, somebody cool that man off. Producer Brandon Combs, he already pushed his streak to 4. He had Drake Baldwin also in that game, who singled in his first at bat. Our guy Art in our Westwood One studios, who's filling in for Lee DeLapp, he took Ben Rice, who got a knock. So we're 3 down, 3 for 3, 2 to go. And both of me and Brad, our game starts in 15 minutes when the Orioles play the A's. I've got Pete Alonso from Baltimore, and Brad's got Kobe Mayo from Baltimore. So we went 5 for 5, I believe, on Monday. And then I think we've gone 4 for 5, 3 straight nights. So we're 3 for 3. We need the polar bear, and we need Kobe Mayo to keep it rolling. There you go. 310-840-4910. By the way, it went final in Detroit. The Dodgers hang on and beat the Tigers in Tarek Skubal's return to the Motor City. Skubal gets a no decision, but he was brilliant. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts. The game-winning hit, Freddie Freeman, RBI single in the top of the 8th, brought in Teo Hernandez. And MVP watch, Shohei Ohtani wore the collar again. Another 0 for, second straight 0 for 4 night for Ohtani. That batting average is now down to just 283. He hasn't hit a home run since August 18th in Colorado, when he hit 2 in one night and then hit another the next night. And that's also the last game he had an RBI. So that's why you'll see Pete Crow Armstrong is more than a minus 200 favorite right now with our friends at BetMGM. Shohei Ohtani is in a slump. And there is, last time I checked, still no official return to when Ohtani is going to pitch. He threw a light bullpen session today, but his next start is still uncertain, according to Dave Roberts. So there you go. The Dodgers beat the Tigers, though, 2-1 as they continue their quest for another NL West title and potentially the number 1 overall seed in the National League. Speaking of which, the Brewers lead the Rangers right now 3-1 in Milwaukee in the top of the 7th. Texas only has 1 hit, and it was a Danny Jansen solo shot, the 9-hitter. Other than that, Mr. Logan Henderson has been brilliant. 6 2/3, 1 hit, 1 run, 6 strikeouts. I mean, honestly, I think I could suit up in a Brewers uniform and I would turn into an all-star caliber pitcher. Who knows? 84. It would get the job done that night. Well, not that I throw 84 anymore, but I did when I was in college. Pitching D3 baseball, baby. How you doing? But dude, anybody rolls out on the hill for the Brewers and they become an all-star. That's just how good that team is. That's how good Pat Murphy is. Speaking of all-stars, speaking of Cy Young, how about in the American League? My guy Cam Schlittler. Oh, baby, was he dominant. 5 2/3, 2 hits, no runs, 8 strikeouts, but that pitch count was too high, 102 pitches. So Aaron Boone pulled him out, went to Brett Hedrick for the final out of the 6th inning and then to start the 7th. And now they've just brought in Paul Blackburn. Yankees nursing a 1-0 lead. First of 4 critical games against the Bo Sox in the Bronx. And it's the solo home run from Paul Goldschmidt back in the 3rd inning off Patrick Sandoval that has stood up so far. Yankees leading the Sox 1-0. We'll get you some more baseball scores and more football scores in just a bit. But I wanted to continue our conversation with Danny K, with Danny Kluppinger, and I wanted to give out some predictions for the U.S. Open. And again, the big storyline on the men's side is Carlos Alcaraz is playing in his first tournament since April when he tore some ligaments in his wrist. He underwent surgery, missed the French Open, where he was the defending champion, missed Wimbledon, where he was the defending finalist, or reigning finalist. He lost to Sinner in the final after he beat Sinner in that epic, incredible, one of the greatest matches of all time, French Open final last year. So he missed both of those tournaments. He's back at the U.S. Open, having not played since April, played a couple of practice sets. There was a lot of people concerned that maybe Alcaraz, even after flying to New York City, would withdraw. But he said yesterday he's 100% good to go, and he is going to try to win the title. So you look at the odds market with our friends at BetMGM, Alcaraz plus 250. Again, no Jannik Sinner, the number 1 player in the world, who Alcaraz beat in the final of the U.S. Open last year. Sinner beat Alcaraz in the Wimbledon final last year. Alcaraz beat Sinner in the French Open final last year. You see the theme? This year, the Australian Open final, it was the first one not contested between Alcaraz and Sinner in the last year and a half. And that was because Djokovic, the GOAT, with a unforgettable 5-set thrilling win at 39 years old, beating Sinner in a 5-setter. Alcaraz won the Aussie Open, but he's missed the last 2 Grand Slams because of that wrist injury. So how will Alcaraz look? That is the biggest story heading into the U.S. Open. You got Sasha Zverev, who is the second favorite at 3-1, won his first Grand Slam title at the French Open. And, well, mostly because there was no Alcaraz didn't play. Sinner got knocked out after that historic upset where he was 1 game away from winning, and then the heat exhaustion basically zapped his body, and he got crushed the rest of the way. Zverev then went to the final at Wimbledon and took a set off Sinner. Looked like he could have had his chances to beat him, but then lost. And then he's had a pretty mild summer, a couple of early exits in both Cincinnati and Montreal. So Zverev, not a lot of great form. He's done okay at the U.S. Open. He should have had his first major title at the U.S. Open back in the COVID one in 2020. And he was up 2 sets in a break against Dominic Thiem. And that was a historic collapse. So I know he still has nightmares from that. But look, without Sinner and with an aging Djokovic, Zverev, you would probably think he'll get to the semifinal. Maybe he gets to another slam final. But the way he's played this summer, I'm not taking him. No thanks. No thank you. Djokovic is third in the odds at 7-1. And that is just completely off of the respect for the greatest player of all time, the 24-time Grand Slam champion, because he barely plays anymore, right? He played Wimbledon, got to the semifinals, and looked very much like he was 39 years old. Lost to Sinner, went to Cincinnati, and loses his first match that he plays to Thiago Tirante, who, again, is a player on the rise. He's now inside the top 40, but, I mean, geez, that's not a match that Djokovic should really be losing. And now this is his first tournament since. And we talked with Danny, and she said he's not looking great in the practice sets that he's playing. The good thing for Novak is that when he's at his greatest, he'll normally ease into a tournament. Not a surprise if Djokovic loses a set in the first round or the second round, but normally plays better as it goes on. And now it's kind of, you don't want that from Djokovic. You want him being on the court as few hours as possible, because every extra set that he has to play, it's like that mileage counter. I mean, you're getting up to like 225,000 miles, right? Even for the most trustiest of cars. He's the greatest player of all time. Because when he's gotten to the semifinals and he has to play Alcaraz or Sinner, I know he beat Sinner in a 5-setter at the Australian Open. I think that was the last time you would see a feat like that for the rest of his career. But out of that, for the last 2 years, he gets to the semifinals and he plays one of those guys, and they've beaten him pretty comfortably. Without Sinner, Djokovic wouldn't play Alcaraz until until the semifinals, right? Because he is the number 4 seed, which goes to show you how great he is that he barely plays any tournaments anymore, but he goes deep in every single one of the slams still. So that's why his ranking is so high. Again, he plays a clay quarter in Mariano Navone the first round. Second round, he would either get Stan Wawrinka in his final U.S. Open, and that's probably one of the only players that is in more fragile physical state than Djokovic. Or you play Matteo Berrettini, who has also dealt with his fair share of injuries over the last couple of years. He went to the final of the U.S. Open, went to the final at Wimbledon against Djokovic, lost both of those. He's a great server, great forehand, but even in Djokovic's older age, he's still with the greatest returner of all time. I see him winning either of those matchups. Gets to the third round. The highest seed is Tomas Echeverry. Again, another clay quarter. I mean, Djokovic has as easy of a run to the round of 16 as you could ask for. And then the highest seed there is Brandon Nakashima, who we talked about at length last segment with Danny. Went to the final in Montreal, the Montreal Masters, which is, again, the second highest tier of tournaments outside of the Grand Slams. Followed that up with a semifinal run to Cincinnati. He's playing the best tennis of his life. If Djokovic gets there and has to play a couple of 4-setters or a 5-setter along the way, I think Nakashima beats him. And I don't think it would be that much of a shock. But if Djokovic is able to win in straight sets in his first 3 matches, and physically he looks okay, he's not nursing any injuries, a big thing to look out for Djokovic as well, historically, he hates the heat. Now, when you consider that almost every tennis tournament along the season is played in the most beautiful tropical places on earth, or, places where it's always like summer, that's kind of tough to say a guy that hates the heat and he's won as many Grand Slam tournaments as he has, right? Especially the Australian Open, which is in January, which is their summer, and it's like 90 degrees every day there. But a lot of the times Djokovic has played at night. He's been able to avoid the heat. Same thing here at the U.S. Open, Wimbledon, England, even in June, July, not necessarily a hot place. But it's not supposed to be that humid. It's not supposed to be that hot the beginning of next week in New York City. So that's on his side. If he plays at night, that's even more on his side. If Djokovic is able to win in straight sets in his first 3 matches, I think he would honestly beat Nakashima. But the margins are that fine. So I agree with Danny. I think if you're looking for some predictions, if you're looking for a play, Nakashima to win that quarter, he is plus 700 to reach the semifinals. Because also in that quarter, like again with Djokovic, it's Daniil Medvedev. I mean, this is a former Grand Slam champion. A couple of years ago, when Djokovic was going for the Golden Slam, that's when every Grand Slam in the season, the Aussie Open, the French Open, Wimbledon, and the U.S. Open. He won the first 3, got to the final of the U.S. Open. He played Daniil Medvedev, who he had owned in the past, and Medvedev crushed him. And Djokovic admitted he couldn't deal with the pressure of having to complete the Golden Slam. Medvedev is a former number 1 player in the world, although it was brief. He's been in the top 10 for the last 5-6 years. He looks like a shell of himself. I mean, he showed up to play the warm-up tournament in Winston-Salem in North Carolina this week. And again, maybe he just showed up and was like, I'm just going to get a match in and that's it. Maybe not. He lost to Martin Dahm, big serving American. And in the middle of the match, he's talking about, he goes, maybe I play pickleball. Maybe I pick up pickleball. That's my bad imitation of a Russian accent. But Medvedev was like, I try pickleball as a sport now. Like he's not there right now mentally. Playing terrible tennis. And then the third favorite in that quarter is Francis Tiafoe, who was having a bad summer. Then he shows up to Cincinnati, goes all the way to the final. And as Danny mentioned, he had a hip injury and lost 6-0 in the final set of the final. That doesn't look great for him. Maybe it was just a very minor strain or just, from playing a full tournament for the first time in months because Tiafoe hadn't gone deep at a tournament all summer. Maybe he'll be 100%. But I like Brandon Nakashima, playing the best tennis of his life, not a household name. I think he is going to do great. I think Nakashima would be my pick. I wouldn't be shocked in the slightest if Novak Djokovic still is able to get to the semifinals, if he's able to stay healthy. But with all the question marks around his physical health, he looks like he's a year away from retiring. His odds just they shouldn't be as short as they are. They just shouldn't be. 310-840-4910. And as it pertains to Alcaraz, as the favorite, I'm going to take him. I'm going to take Alcaraz to win the tournament because it would be very fitting. I mean, there has been times over the last 15 years that I've really loved tennis and followed the sport where Roger Federer entered Wimbledon with some question marks or, had maybe, been coming back from an injury a few weeks ago. And I know it's been 4 months since Alcaraz has played. And we had some also concerns, during Djokovic's prime of his career when he would enter a tournament with some question marks. Same with Nadal. And he would win the French Open every single year. And folks like, hey, maybe this is the year Nadal doesn't win. His ankle or, his wrist or he hasn't played. And he won it every year. Without Jannik Sinner, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if Alcaraz shows up, the wrist is 100%. And so he's just playing. He's got to, shake off the rust and he's able to play himself into the tournament. And then he gets to the final and wins it. Wouldn't shock me in the slightest. So honestly, plus 250, I'm going to take Alcaraz. But if he loses, my next pick to win the U.S. Open would be Ben Shelton. Maybe I'm holding on for hope that an American man will win a Grand Slam, especially here in the U.S. Open. But again, without Sinner and with Alcaraz not having played in 4 months, if Alcaraz's wrist is not 100% or he re-injures it throughout the tournament, I think the next best play would be Ben Shelton, who's in Alcaraz's quarter. And if Alcaraz is not 100%, Ben can beat him. And if he's able to get past Alcaraz at that point, I would trust him to beat anybody else in the tournament. He always plays well against Taylor Fritz. They have split their head-to-head. Again, I'm not a big believer in Sasha Zverev. I know there is the young 19-year-old Spaniard, Rafa Hodar. Played a lot of tennis this summer. He's been awesome. A meteoric rise from outside the top 600 players a year ago to now on the verge of the top 10. He's going to be a popular pick for a lot of tennis fans, but I'm going with Ben Shelton if it's not Alcaraz. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. We will come back. We have a bunch of callers to get to. We'll get to your calls. We'll get to your texts. 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
He's Bill Belichick. I mean, it's got to work at some point, right? I mean, something's got to be there. The thing that kind of gets lost in the fact that he's still, the best head coach in the history of NFL football is that as good as a coach as he was, and okay, yeah, he had Brady and all that, but as good as he was, his eye for personnel development, it kind of got lost over the years. And that was kind of the problem, is that he had the GM duties at New England to go along with a head coaching job, and his drafts just were not that great. Well, apply that to college, where you can pick everybody you want. And what he did was he had a whole new team of players last year with something like 70 new transfers who came in. They completely, changed everything. They were bad at college football, so he dumped them and got like 50 new players to come in. So, I joke, yes, we're going to have fun tomorrow and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, to handicap week 0 is hard enough as is because you don't have a preseason to go off of. But, man, we are flying blind now. I mean, the transfer portal era where you have teams full of all new guys. And used to be, you can kind of judge teams based on, the offensive lines that would be, built over time. And you could say, okay, well, this team's about to gel and, all that kind of stuff. You can't do that now. So for tomorrow, I'm just sort of guessing here that it's going to be close because every one of these Ireland games have been close. I mean, 5 of the last 6, Notre Dame blew out Navy one year, but 5 of the last 6 were decided each one by 3 points or fewer. It's a weird game because you have to fly so far. It's fish out of water. It's week 0. These guys aren't quite ready. Again, no 4 games of preseason like you have in the NFL. They're going right away. TCU's the way better team, but I think North Carolina is going to be a little spunkier tomorrow. I think they're going to be all right, especially on defense.
If there's a team that's going to miss the playoffs from the NFC North, it's Green Bay. It is. Like, I believe in Kevin O'Connell's ability to turn Kyler Murray around. I'm not saying Kyler Murray's going to be MVP level, but this is completely different from anything he ever dealt with in Arizona, in a good way. I think despite the questions on the offensive line, Detroit is going to bounce back. I think Chicago is going to take another step forward, even though everybody is pegging them for regression after all the one-score victories last year. If there's a team that's going to fall off in the NFC North and fall out of the playoff picture, it could be Green Bay.
BetMGM tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
Come on now. Get it up. Get it up. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll get you some preseason scoreboard updates and baseball updates in just a bit, but let's get to your phone calls here. Justin is next up in Maryland here on BetMGM tonight. Justin, what's going on, man? How you doing? Justin? Did Justin drop off? Let's try it one more time. Art, is Justin there?
He must have dropped off.
Justin must have dropped off. All right, Justin, and we had our guy Dan in Baja California, who's reportedly on hold. I guess I must have been rambling on too much about tennis. I apologize, but if you guys want to call back, 310-840-4910, we'll get you right back on the horn. Justin's back on. All right, there he is. Let's get to Justin in Maryland. Justin, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, what's up,
Good,
bro?
dude.
How's it going?
Good.
I just wanted to. I had a prediction for the Philadelphia Eagles. Just saying that they're going to win the Super Bowl this year. I think Jalen Hurts is going to win MVP. And also, I wanted to say the Drewski skit was pretty funny, but it's shedding light on CTE.
Justin, I appreciate the call, bro. Thank you so much. Look, if my girlfriend heard that, she'd be right there with you. She'd be hitting her Eagles chant. I can't believe I live with an Eagles fan. I can't believe I'm living in Philadelphia. But hey, I'm a proud New Yorker. Well, proud New Jerseyan that roots for New York sports teams in Philadelphia at the moment. And look, I know it feels like the Eagles are not getting talked about at all in terms of teams in that Super Bowl contention, right? I mean, everybody's talking about the Rams. The Seahawks are the defending champs, and they brought most of their roster back. And I know that even in the realm of the Chicago Bears, they're probably the most talked about team heading into this season. I like Detroit. I think Detroit has a big bounce back year. I think my Giants make the playoffs. But for being the two-time reigning NFC East champions that had so much turmoil offensively, it feels like kind of the only conversation that's been around the Philadelphia Eagles is because of them getting rid of their offensive coordinator, Kevin Patullo, and bringing in Sean Mannion. But because of that, it feels like not a lot of people are talking about him. And I feel like that's kind of a good spot, to be honest, for the Eagles to be in. I feel like that's a good spot for them to be in, is when they're not talked about. And they've kind of had this very cyclical nature, right? Last year, coming off of the Super Bowl win, they do win the division again, but their offense was so stale all year, and they get bounced in the divisional round in the wild card round at home against the Niners, playing like mostly backups. That's how bad the offense. It finally reared its ugly head at the worst possible time. The year going into the year that they won the Super Bowl was also a brutal season for them. That was the collapse. They started off 10-1, and then they just completely fell apart and got smoked in the first round of the playoffs by Tampa Bay. They followed that up by winning the Super Bowl. The year before the collapse was when they went to the Super Bowl, and Jalen Hurts outperformed Patrick Mahomes, and they lose by a field goal to the Chiefs. So go to the Super Bowl, then make the playoffs, but play so poorly at the end of the year. Everybody knew you were going to get your ass kicked in the playoffs, and go back to the Super Bowl and win it. And then again, get to the playoffs, but your offense was so stale and you sputter out in the first round. I mean, look, they consistently get to the playoffs, even when there's drama, even when it feels like they have a bad year. And the Eagles continue to prove a lot of people wrong. Howie Roseman, I think he's the best GM in all of football. I know John Schneider has reason to say that now with the team he built as the GM of the Seattle Seahawks, but I still think it's Howie Roseman because consistently the Eagles always win double-digit games. And even though a lot of people like to dump on Jalen Hurts and say he's not a great quarterback, he outperformed Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl that they lost and then dominated while Patrick Mahomes couldn't stop turning the ball over and also had no offensive line. So the man's been to 2 Super Bowls and he's balled out in both of them. And I feel like everybody likes to forget about that. Because last year he didn't want to throw the ball over the middle. It was his fault, not A.J. Brown's. Trust me, I'd love to be saying the opposite as a Giants fan. I hope the Eagles fall flat on their face and miss the playoffs. I just don't see it happening. Their roster's too good. It's too good. Now, are they going to win the Super Bowl? I don't know about that. That's more so my disdain for Nick Sirianni, because I don't think he's a good head coach. I don't. And a Super Bowl can fool you. And that last year, 2 years ago when they won the Super Bowl, I was like, wow, I guess Sirianni is good at what he does, which is basically just being like the manager, right? Like a baseball manager. He doesn't call the plays on offense. He doesn't call the plays on defense. And last year, while the offense was a sinking ship, it felt like Sirianni let the whole thing fall apart. So my one reason why I wouldn't pick the Eagles to win the Super Bowl is because of the head coach. But other than that, I think they probably win the NFC East again. 310-840-4910. That Drewski skit. I got some more comments on that in case anybody missed it. I'll explain when we come back. We'll do hot or cold to kick off the final hour. I'm Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight.
This
I honestly think we're a year early on this. You know, the Cowboys went 12-5 3 years in a row under Big Mike. We're forgetting how good those teams were. You had probably a better offensive line on some of them, right? Because you still had Zach Martin in a prime, you still had Tyron Smith. So you probably your offensive line was probably better. You had Lamb and Amari Cooper on the same team. Now I think this version of Lamb and George Pickens is a better receiving core, but that one was a much more technical, right? More tactical receiving core, better route running necessarily. Dak is older. Now, older at the quarterback position sometimes means better. But, you also had Zeke. And what is Zeke compared to Javonte Williams? Defensively, those teams had Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence, who is a good player. You had some issues, no doubt, with some of your defensive guys. I push back. This is the best team. I've heard some people say this is the best team since 2007. The best team since the Super Bowl has been the 2007 team. That team was the number one seed in the NFC. It was. You go down, look at that roster. Look at the offensive line. They had some nasty on that offensive line. That offensive line. I mean, they would chew on nails, between snaps. But this is I think this is a good team. I just think it's a year early. Are they a playoff team? Maybe. But I think next year is the year that you would pinpoint that is like, okay, that's the year that you make or break.
I'm starting to worry just a little bit about Fernando. He had a couple nice throws in the preseason, but at no point did he really look super comfortable. It looked like everything was rushed, even when he made nice throws and good reads. I think it was Brock Osweiler, maybe, who was on NFL Network last night, and I was watching him break down some Fernando tape. And even on the touchdown pass, for example, a couple weeks ago, Mendoza's working through his reads and his progressions from what I can see in almost a rushed manner. And look, I said it a couple minutes ago. I'll repeat it. When you're working behind an offensive line like this, there's going to be a lot of moments where you feel rushed. And the speed of the game is just greater than any level you've played at before. It's the NFL, even if it's the third quarter or fourth quarter of an NFL preseason game. This is still most likely better than anything you saw at the college level. It's not to take away from anything Mendoza did, anything Indiana did last year. None of that. It's not the point of this. The point is Mendoza looks rushed. He looks a little skittish. He looks a little scared at times.
all opinions, all the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Friday night blockbuster show kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines in the final hour. You want to join the show? Anything last-minute college football predictions, NFL preseason thoughts, NFL predictions this year? We just had a caller, Justin in Maryland, say the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl and Jalen Hurts is going to win MVP. Bold. I like it. I think the Eagles, unfortunately, will repeat as NFC East champions for the third straight year in a row. I think Jalen Hurts will have a really good year. I don't know about MVP, but any predictions of that ilk? 310-840-4910. Any questions that you have on your team for your fantasy draft this weekend? My fantasy draft for my league is next weekend. Combs, you're in my league. Can't wait for that. That's next Sunday. We're doing that. I like to wait as late as possible. I mean, and again, I don't understand people that have fantasy drafts in like the middle of August. I mean, come on. With all the injuries that you see every single year, why wouldn't you just wait? Why wouldn't you wait until the last weekend before the season starts? I get maybe some people are busy. They can't do it once that school gets close because you have kids. I don't have kids. So screw the rest of you. 310-840-4910. Any thoughts, any questions, any predictions on the U.S. Open? We had Danny Kluppinger on the show an hour ago. Works for Tennis Channel. She's awesome. Gave out my U.S. Open predictions. I think because everybody feels like he's showing up not having played for 4 months with a wrist injury, that Alcaraz is vulnerable. I feel like Carlos Alcaraz is going to win it. And if not him, I feel like American Ben Shelton will finally end the drought of nearly 25 years since an American man has won a Grand Slam. And on the women's side, I'm picking Coco Gauff to win it for the second time in her career. 310-840-4910. All right, let's get it kicked off here with some hot or cold. Combs, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
What's going on, Pat? Got some, high school football on one screen. Got 3 NFL games up on another screen. It's Football Friday, man.
You're watching high school football, aren't you?
Yeah. Look, the nephews go to Mount Carmel here on the south side of Chicago, and Mount Carmel is playing a team out of New Jersey, and they're on ESPN tonight. So have it on the TV, watching the nephews play some ball.
Isn't that crazy? High school football, a team from Chicago playing a team from Jersey. Like, is it that serious?
Yeah. I think they just took 2 state champions as part of their kickoff. Like, I don't understand it either, because I don't ever remember this being a thing when I was in high school. But things have evolved. I also don't remember high school basketball games being broadcast on TV when I was in high school either. And then LeBron James happened. So
that is true. You're right. I don't remember seeing any high school basketball games. And then, like you said, LeBron happened, and that kind of changed it for forever.
Yeah. Yeah, he was. I mean, he's labeled the next Michael Jordan since he was in high school. So, yeah. Watching this game, it's been a great game. I mean, St. Joe's Joseph went up 30-7 on Mount Carmel in the first half, but by halftime it was 30-28. And now it's 44-41. Mount Carmel's down by 3, and they're driving as they they just scored a touchdown to take the lead. So it's going to be either 48-44. Yeah, they're not going to go for 2. So 48-44 if they make the extra point, and they have the lead right now with 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Wow. How about that? Combs? By the way, can we talk the other one of the callers, Justin in Maryland, who did say the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl and Jalen Hurts is going to win MVP. We're going to get to the Eagles. But he also mentioned if I had seen the Drewski latest skit. Now, Drewski is the big fat comedian He's very funny. He's one of the people that I feel like I just see way too much of nowadays. He's everywhere. Look, I mean, I get it. If you have hundreds of millions of views on YouTube and you've become rich off of that, then yeah, sure. Like they're going to put you everywhere, especially with younger kids. I feel like my nephews, they know Drewski, and it's like, why? Because they put him on Nickelodeon, they put him everywhere. Anyway, so his latest skit, he basically, a lot of it has to be AI. Like, because he's got like scenes where he's driving a car in a car chase, like reenacting O.J. Simpson driving away from the police. He's basically an NFL football player that quite clearly has CTE and is crashing out and is, again, police chase away from the cops. And it's just like, it's only like a minute and a half skit. And he's like on Instagram live, going off, basically pulling a Brandon Ayuk, just staring at the phone, cursing, throwing money, and he does one thing where he's on the Ring camera of what looks like his significant others, and he's like crashing out and getting verbally violent. It's funny in only a way that Drewski can make it funny, but it actually does depict what really must be some pretty sad moments for some of the football players that we've seen go through this. I mean, again, Aaron Hernandez, and some of the Brandon Ayuk, like I said, one of the latest. Not that Brandon Ayuk is even in the category of Aaron Hernandez, right? He didn't murder somebody, but like when you clearly see the mental decline of a football player. So I don't know. What did you make of that Drewski skit?
Well, first of all, we're not putting Aaron Hernandez's stuff on CTE, are we? Like, I mean,
no, I guess we shouldn't. We probably shouldn't, because he did that, and he was not only a couple of years out of college when that happened. So yeah, that was just a really bad dude who was a murderer.
It just seemed like he was making some really bad life choices from a young age, and unfortunately, it just ended up catching up with him. But no, I didn't have a problem with the Drewski skit, and it's almost like what we were talking about. I believe it was last night, if not the night before, where we were talking about the NFL and how they, the player safety stuff, and if you're really worried about player safety, these penalties that you have to commit 3 of to get suspended for a game. It should just be, automatic ejection, that type of stuff. CTE, at one point it looked awfully close to him mimicking the Tua concussion, where
he did do that too, which that was insensitive. But I mean,
it's still. But here's the thing. First of all, it's comedy. Okay. Comedy has no bounds. Comedy is supposed to push limits. Comedy is supposed to cross lines. And here's the best part about it. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch. I mean, that's the best part about it. If you don't like Drewski and his skits, you don't press play. And so I didn't have a problem with the skits. I didn't have a problem with it. As far as it bringing light to CTE, I mean, I don't think it's bringing light to CTE. What I do think that, he's kind of doing there is kind of basically saying the same thing we were saying, but through comedy. As player safety is not a real thing in the NFL, and they don't take care of players, and CTE is a huge problem. CTE is a huge problem with a lot of the stuff that goes on, and we've seen it end people's lives. We've seen it result in all sorts of things, from the Chris Benoit stuff way back when to even as recent as some players taking their own lives. So it's sad. It's a tough situation, but I didn't have a problem with the skit just because it's comedy, man. It's what it's. So, and if you didn't like it, if you thought it was in bad taste, I don't have a problem with you thinking that either. My only the only solution to that though is if you're not a big Drewski fan, don't press play.
Yeah, I mean, I did watch it, and I was like, wow, this is like, a lot of this is pretty spot on, right? I mean, and he's even got like the bodysuit that makes him look jacked. Like the amount of money and right. I mean, again, he's a multi-millionaire just because of these little short skits and because of his social media presence. But like the amount of money he pours into these, like you can see, it takes a lot of time, and it's literally just like a 90-second, 2-minute skit. Some of the stuff was spot on. Like when I watch it, I'm like, oh, this is Brandon Ayuk. Right? When Brandon Ayuk is put the video up of him, like just throwing the money, and then he's just staring at the phone. Like dude, he really got so much of it spot on. And
Yes.
I don't think we have to make it deeper than that. I think, yeah, it was just a funny skit.
No.
And if you found it in bad taste, then so be it.
Yeah. And again, I have nobody like for people. I understand people that found it in bad taste. I can I'm one of those types of people. I can see things from both sides of the fence. Like I understand where you're coming from if you thought it was in bad taste, but it's and that's fine. That's an absolutely okay take to have. But I mean, just don't watch.
Yeah, it's true. All right, Combs, you want to get into some hot or cold?
Let's do it. Let's start with baseball. Actually, you know what? No, let's start with our caller that we just had. Mr. Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl and Jalen Hurts is going to win the MVP. So hot or cold, the Eagles will miss the playoffs.
Cold. I wanted them to. I really do. And I'm a Giants fan. I hate the Eagles. I would love nothing more than rub it in my girlfriend's face every Sunday. Another Eagles loss. Wow, what a disaster this season's turning into. Again, I was like silently cheering Combs when your Bears beat them on that Black Friday game, but I didn't want to obviously get into a fight with a bunch of lunatics. So I was like, oh, no. But yeah, look, nothing would give me more joy than to see the Eagles miss the playoffs. I just think that's ludicrous. I feel like not enough people realize how awesome their defense is. Their defense has been a top 10 unit, bordering top 5 unit for like 3 years in a row. Vic Fangio is one of the best defensive coordinators in all of football. Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell together. I mean, those are 2 top 10, if not top 5 corners in all of football. Last year, Zach Bond had a bit of a down season, but this is a guy that was an all-pro out of nowhere 2 years ago. They just gave Jalen Carter the bag. Can he stop spitting on people and stay out of trouble? We'll see. I like their rookie draft pick, Jahad Campbell. And Jahad Campbell was their first-round draft pick 2 years ago. So then it comes like the defense is good enough on their own to get them to the playoffs, and that's kind of what happened last year. So it comes down to the offense. Does the Eagles' offense remain mediocre like they were last year, or do they take a step up? Now they lose A.J. Brown. A lot of folks think, okay, well, there's no way they can be better after they give away A.J. Brown. I think it's addition, not by subtraction, but I really do think there's something going on with him and Jalen Hurts, and maybe the fact that there's not this pressure or this stress to have to throw the football to your number one receiver when this offense is at its best, when it's balanced, when they're a run-first team, and their offensive line is their calling card. It is the same offensive line as last year. Lane Johnson is calling it quits after this season. Jordan Mailata is a superb left tackle. Landon Dickerson played most of the season last year hurt. Saquon, a lot of people think that he is like 28 going on 40. Like Saquon he's still an incredible running back. Yes, he's not going to have another 2,000-yard season, but he's awesome. And then it comes down to the quarterback. For a lot of folks that don't think Jalen Hurts is good because he couldn't throw the football over the middle last year, or it was his issue, he was the problem, not Kevin Patullo, who, again, if you just watch their offense operate every time, first down, shotgun, boring inside zone handoff, shotgun, boring inside zone handoff, throw the ball one-on-one to A.J. Brown on the outside, throw a screen. Like, there was no creativity. This year, he's under center, which is where he should be operating. There's pre-snap motion. They finally have an offense that's caught up to the rest of the league. I think they're going to be awesome, and I hate to say it, but I think they're going to win the NFC East for a 3rd straight year. Their defense alone is good enough to carry them to the playoffs. I can't see how people think the Eagles are going to miss the playoffs.
I'm with you on their defense. Their defense is very good. I do think that their offense is going to be mediocre, if not worse than what it was last year. I really do. I haven't seen anything from this offense over the last 2 seasons that is going to tell me that this team is going to get better. And they got worse in the offseason. They didn't get better. You don't get better when you lose a guy like A.J. Brown, and I don't care about what was going on with him and Jalen Hurts, because A.J. Brown was the most talented wide receiver on that football team, on that football field. So you find a way to figure it out. And what did you do to replace him? You brought in Dontavian Wicks from the Green Bay Packers, whose production has regressed in each of his 3 seasons in the NFL. A guy who's never caught more has never had more than 550 yards receiving in a season. That's your number 2 now. And then you've got Mekhi Lemon, who who knows what Mekhi Lemon is going to be? Who knows how healthy Mekhi Lemon is going to stay? Already dealing with injury issues. And then you've got the corpse of Hollywood Brown lingering in the background. Like, I don't know what you anybody can see in this offense that makes you think that they're going to be better. I love Saquon Barkley, but he's not getting any younger. And we know what happens with running backs with age. They start to slow down just a little bit. The Tank Bigsby ad is what it is. I don't think that this offense is good enough. I don't believe in the quarterback. I don't believe in the head coach. I don't think this offense is good. I think this is an 8-9 win football team. They're going up against some really good defenses outside of the division and inside of the division, especially against a team like Dallas. They're going to have to be able to get into shootouts, and I don't think they have the firepower to get into shootouts.
You might be right on that in that regard, yes. But I think getting back to what they do best is running the football, controlling the line of scrimmage, playing a slower tempo, and, keeping other teams' offenses off the field and exhausting the other team's defense.
The reason why they were able to run the ball so effectively over the last 2 seasons is because they have the threat of having A.J. Brown and then having Devontae Smith on the other side of the ball. Now you've only got one side of the ball that you're worried about other than the running game. You don't have dual threat wide receivers that are going to make you play 2 high safeties. You can go with a 1 high safety. You can drop a guy into the box to help control the run. This offense did not get better. It got worse in the offseason. For Philadelphia Eagles fans, and I'm sorry, I hope your girlfriend doesn't hate me after hearing this. I hope she doesn't hate me after I say this. But to me, the Philadelphia Eagles are not good enough to be a playoff team in the NFC, and this NFC is just one of those conferences that I just see that there are probably about 7 to 8 teams that are better than the Philadelphia Eagles right now.
Okay. I mean, look, I'm not a believer in Nick Sirianni. So if things do go sideways, I don't think he's going to be a calming presence. I don't see him as somebody that's going to keep the locker room together. I think the locker room started to fall apart last year because Sirianni is not a great leader. He's like the smug, arrogant douche on the sideline that, like, when things are going well, he's a good front runner. When adversity hits and things aren't going well, I feel like he doesn't do anything. He just sits there with his like stale looking face, and then he doesn't do anything. He doesn't call the plays on offense. He doesn't call the plays on defense. He's not a big rah-rah guy, but, again, when things are going well, it's very easy to look like a good head coach and look like a good game planner.
And they're not a team that makes adjustments either. They don't make good adjustments at halftime or when things are starting to go bad. They've never been a good adjustment team.
Yes and no. I mean, again, I go back to, and maybe it was just because out of necessity, but last year when they were trailing double digits against the Rams at home, and then it was like they literally just started taking shot after shot after shot down the field and picked apart that Rams secondary and came back and won that game. Again, they blocked the field goal on the final play. Otherwise, they might have lost. But that was adjustment. But then I agree, those adjustments feel like they were fewer and far between the rest of the season. I honestly, Combs, for me, it just comes down to, I think their offense could not have been worse last year under Kevin Patullo, and they bring in Sean Mannion, and I get it. It's another inexperienced first-time play caller, but just all of the principles of his offense, it feels like things that will match the Eagles' strengths, and that is why I believe their offense will be better. And just on his own, I think Jalen Hurts is a very good, borderline great quarterback. I mean, I just don't see how you can see a guy that went to a Super Bowl twice and balled out both times and think that he's not capable of putting together a 3,300 passing yard season with 25 touchdowns and then using the tush push to run for another 12 and run for another 500 yards.
I just think that you look at Jalen Hurts, and I agree with. I mean, Jalen Hurts is talented. When I say I don't believe in him, I don't believe in him in this offense, because I don't think that they have enough talent around him. I think he's in the same situation, the same thing that I think about Jordan Love. I think he's just in a bad situation. I think he's in an offense that isn't built, and I don't know that with Jordan Love, I believe he's got a head coach that doesn't trust him. I don't know that Nick Sirianni doesn't trust Jalen Hurts, But I do think that Jalen Hurts is in a situation where there's just not enough talent around him, and they don't have a good enough offensive mind around him to go ahead and find a way to get things done when they need to be done. Again, another first year, like you just said, another first year play caller for the Eagles. Like, you're learning, it's another
every year of
new
Hurts'
system.
career, he's had a different play caller.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that Jalen Hurts is talented. I just don't know that this team is good enough around him. I really don't. And I could be completely wrong. Jalen Hurts could go ball out. The Eagles could go ball out. This offense could be just fine. There's nothing telling me right now, heading into this season, that this team is good enough to be a playoff team.
Okay. 310-840-4910. We will see when it plays out. Let's get to the phone lines here before we take a break. Let's go to Franchise, who's in Delaware, next up on BetMGM tonight. Franchise, what's going on, man? What's shaking?
Hey, Pat. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good, brother. How are you?
Did you get a chance this evening to see the Ravens put a ass whooping on the Redskins tonight?
Oh,
did you see
man,
that
41 to 3.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just basically the fourth stringers, like the guys that have no prayer making the Commanders that they rolled out. Although I know, like I saw early on, Katron Allen got a couple of carries. Sam Hartman and Nathan Kaliakmanis, they're the guys competing to be the third stringers on this team. Like, they've played all preseason, but they had no chance against Baltimore. I think the Ravens might have the deepest and best depth in the entire NFL. They might have the deepest roster. Now, does that win you a Super Bowl? No, but maybe, unlike in years past, that's outside, again, you can't replace Lamar Jackson, and to a certain degree, you can't replace Derrick Henry. But I think the Ravens are well equipped to deal with some injuries, just because guys 45 to 53 on this roster are really damn good, and they just obliterated their way through the preseason. But then again, the Ravens had like that 25-game winning streak a couple of years ago and didn't win a Super Bowl during that period. So,
well, I want to bring up the 53-man roster. Obviously the depth of this team is, as you had mentioned, is strong. So when you have undrafted free agents that can make this team, I want to name two individuals: a quarterback, Fagnano, who transferred from Maine to Connecticut, undrafted free agent, Fagnano. If I'm the GM, I keep a third quarterback. And then from Texas, undrafted edge rusher, defensive outside linebacker, Ethan Burke. These two guys, in my personal opinion, if I'm DaCosta as a general manager, I don't let them hit the waiver wire and go on the practice squad because they won't last long. So when you have two undrafted free agents, I mean, that's great scouting. And quite frankly, I would only keep three running backs, and I'd make some wiggle room to give both Fagnano and Burke a chance to make this team, because they will not go out on the waiver wire and last very long. And, at this point in time, there is so much talent on this team. It's a very, very tough decision to make who stays on this 53-man roster, because 11 and a half wins from Vegas. Last night I said, can they get to 14? I don't know about that, but this team, Super Bowl bound. What do you say about that? That's
Franchise,
good.
I appreciate the call. Look, I had another Ravens phone call. Appreciate the call, Franchise. Good stuff. I had another phone call the other day. I was big Ravens fans. We have a good Baltimore contingency that interacts, calls in, texts into this show. So we appreciate you guys. And look, maybe I'll be the villain, right? I'll be the bad guy. I am not a big believer in the Ravens this year. To the point where it wouldn't shock me if they missed the playoffs. Then again, maybe this is hedging. Maybe this is vanilla of me. Maybe this is boring. It also wouldn't shock me if they can get to 13 or 14 wins, because I think the schedule is very easy. And Lamar playing all 17 games, I mean, there is a certain floor that this Ravens team has. There is a floor. The schedule plus Lamar's health, there's a certain floor. You start the year with the Colts, and by the way, the subject of your call said, what is the line on Ravens Colts for week 1? It's only Ravens favored by 3.5 on the road. Call me a sucker. I think I'd be in on that one, only because I think that the Colts could be terrible, and I'm not believing in Daniel Jones. But you started the year with Colts, Saints, Cowboys in Rio, Titans, Falcons, Browns. 5-1 at worst, you should be. There is a chance the Ravens can go 6-0. But then again, the biggest question mark for me, it's not Lamar's health. It's not if Derrick Henry takes a step back. It's not the receiving core depth, because I love what Jacoby Lane has been doing so far in the preseason. For me, it's a first-time head coach, defensive play caller in Jesse Minter, and it's the first-time offensive coordinator, play caller, 29-year-old Declan Doyle. That is what I worry about with this offense. Maybe not so much in the regular season, but come playoff time. That's the biggest questions for me for Baltimore. In terms of, you want to talk about keeping the third-string quarterback, Joe Fagnano. Yeah, he looked good, but, hopefully you never have to see him, right? Because that means Lamar's hurt. That would be a disaster. You hopefully only see him in mop-up duty in a 50-point game. Outside of that, Ethan Burke, I haven't got a lot of chance to watch him so far in the preseason. But, look, Eric DeCosta's got his hands full. It's a good problem to have going from 90 to 53 on Sunday when it's cut down day, because the Ravens do have a deep roster. And if nothing else, that's been reflected in the preseason, where they have given up all of 13 points in 3 games. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. We got more of your phone calls next. Plus, we'll continue on with hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs. We got some more items on the docket to get to, so a lot more to do here on this Friday. Get aboard, 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
He's Bill Belichick. It's got to work at some point, right? Something's got to be there. The thing that kind of gets lost in the fact that he's still, the best head coach in the history of NFL football is that as good as a coach as he was, and okay, yeah, he had Brady and all that, but as good as he was, his eye for personnel development, it kind of got lost over the years. And that was kind of the problem, is that he had the GM duties at New England to go along with a head coaching job, and his drafts just were not that great. Well, apply that to college, where you can pick everybody you want. And what he did was he had a whole new team of players last year with something like 70 new transfers who came in. They completely, changed everything. They were bad at college football, so he dumped them and got like 50 new players to come in. So, I joke, yes, we're going to have fun tomorrow and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, to handicap week 0 is hard enough as is, because you don't have a preseason to go off of. But, man, we are flying blind now. The transfer portal era, where you have teams full of all new guys. And used to be, you can kind of judge teams based on, the offensive lines that would be, built over time. And you could say, okay, well, this team's about to gel and, all that kind of stuff. You can't do that now. So for tomorrow, I'm just sort of guessing here that it's going to be close, because every one of these Ireland games have been close. 5 of the last 6, Notre Dame blew out Navy one year, but 5 of the last 6 were decided, each one by 3 points or fewer. It's a weird game because you have to fly so far. It's fish out of water. It's week 0. These guys aren't quite ready. Again, no 4 games of preseason like you have in the NFL. They're going right away. TCU's the way better team. But I think North Carolina is going to be a little spunkier tomorrow. I think they're going to be all right, especially on defense.
If there's a team that's going to miss the playoffs from the NFC North, it's Green Bay. It is. Like, I believe in Kevin O'Connell's ability to turn Kyler Murray around. I'm not saying Kyler Murray's going to be MVP level, but this is completely different from anything he ever dealt with in Arizona in a good way. I think despite the questions on the offensive line, Detroit is going to bounce back. I think Chicago is going to take another step forward, even though everybody is pegging them for regression after all the one-score victories last year. If there's a team that's going to fall off in the NFC North and fall out of the playoff picture, it could be Green Bay.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
All right, welcome all back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call and you can text 310-840-4910. We've got some scores to get you updated on, but we've got a bunch of callers on hold, so let's go to the phone lines at 310-840-4910. Mike in Maryland is next up on BetMGM Tonight. Mike, what's going on, dude? How are you?
Hey, Pat, how you doing, man? I'm all right.
Good, man.
I mean,
good.
As a Washington fan, I'm not all right, but I understand.
You said as a what
I just
fan?
want to point out after the game tonight that as a Washington fan, as a Commanders fan.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you chalk that up to, hey, preseason. It don't matter.
Well, I mean, yeah, we looked atrocious and for a reason because we were beaten in all the areas where we have depth and we have to put the bubble guys in, linebacker, defensive back. And a lot of the plays that we got beat on were either runs through or short passes to the outside, kind of important plays for us to fail on because that's where the decision needs to be made because we don't want to fail on that in the regular season. So I'm okay with us losing right now.
Yeah. How do you feel about the regular season, though, Mike? Because I got to be honest, as a Giants fan, I feel like the Commanders are going to be at the bottom of that division. I'm looking forward to playing the Commanders, even though they find a way, even when the Giants are great or the Commanders are great and the Giants are bad, they always find a way to split, it feels like. So I know Jaden Daniels staying healthy is the number one thing, but outside of that, I just feel like losing Laramie Tunsil was a huge loss, and I don't think this team has really any depth. Forget about the preseason. So are you confident? Scale of 1 to 10. How confident are you heading into the season?
Confident about what?
Just the season in general.
As a fan since the late 80s, so confidence is probably baseline like 2.5 on a scale of 10.
Okay. All right. That's fair.
I'm excited about our defense. I want to see if we can keep the offense on the field long enough to really exploit our depth and use that to our advantage early in the season because we don't have to play the NFC East for 5 games in a row at the end of the season. Finally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so I'd rather be healthy against the division opponents.
Yeah, Mike, I appreciate the call, man.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the Commanders' health is shaky as it is going into this season. I didn't think they had a great offseason. I didn't think that the GM, Peters, right? Yeah, Adam Peters. I don't know why I was thinking of a different name. He came over from San Francisco 2 years ago. I don't like the offseason that Adam Peters had. I think they didn't do enough. Stephon Diggs kind of by default was something that they absolutely had to do. They bring in Chig Okonkwo as your tight end To me, that's a guy that has, you can make all the excuses. Okay, well, there just hasn't been a whole lot of talent in Tennessee over the last couple of years, but I don't think he was really helping that cause. And I don't think they did anything really special to improve the run game. They bring in Rashad White to be the backup to Bill Krosky-Merritt, and they draft Katron Allen. I think you're going to struggle to run the football. And I think the offensive line was reliant on everybody staying healthy. And the one guy you couldn't lose basically is now out now for the season, Laramie Tunsil. And I feel like that has ruined the rest of the offensive line. So I feel like Jaden Daniels is going to be running for his life again this year. And if he can stay healthy, man, consider that like the win of the season. On defense, I know they added Odafe Owe. They bring in Kalavon Chason, who had a good year with New England. The Sonny Styles, I loved that draft pick. I thought Washington did have a good draft. I'll give you that much. I still think the secondary, outside of the Rainmaker, Mike Sainristil, still, I think is lacking a lot of punch. Meek Robertson to come in and play slot corner. We'll see what Dan Quinn can do. Dan Quinn's going to have to work his magic. And then, you got another first-time play caller in David Blau. So there is just way too many question marks for me to be upbeat and positive about the Commanders. But again, there was nobody believing in them 2 years ago, and Jaden Daniels took it to the NFC title game. So maybe that's the exact spot that you need to be in right now. 310-840-4910. Let's get to Fred, who's next up in Virginia here on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Fred? How are you doing?
Good, Pat. Thanks for taking my call. I couldn't agree with you more as far as the Commanders go. It was so disappointing to lose Tunstall like that. And you're right. I mean, we'll be lucky to escape without Daniels getting injured through the course of this season. And that would be a win. I couldn't agree with you more. But I actually called to talk about the Nats. And Jackson Kent, their pitcher that they got in the trade for Foster Griffin. And the guy had an incredible game tonight. It's his fourth time pitching in the majors. And, he just came up from the minor leagues. And I just couldn't believe, because the last time he pitched, it was against the same team. So they had just seen him. And they clobbered him then, but he came back and he pitched a hell of a game. It was really impressive, and I have high hopes for him and a lot of the others on the staff. I'm telling you, I think that the Nats, if they can't make a wild card spot, and I still have hopes for them to be able to do that. I'm hoping that next year they'll come back roaring.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate the call, Fred. Good stuff, man. And look, there is definitely a lot of reasons to be upbeat about the Nats. It kind of felt like maybe this year could have been the year. I think I wouldn't hold your breath over the final 30 days. I mean, you have made it nearly to September 1st, and I guess you have a glimmer of hope at 64-73 after the win that they got tonight against Miami. But let's see, how many games back are they in the wild card? 7? 9. Yeah, I mean, oof. Good luck. That's all I'll say. It's going to take a miracle for the Nationals to make the playoffs. But, I'm looking at their schedule, too. They've got to play the Braves. They got to play the Dodgers, the Padres, the Phillies. It's not looking great. Again, losing 2 out of 4 to Colorado, it ain't helping your cause. Getting swept by Miami wasn't helping your cause. Getting swept by the Mets. You asked me 2 weeks ago when they were 60-63, I'd say, all right, they got a legitimate shot. But now they've kind of hit the skids here. But look, yeah, there is a lot of talent. There is a lot of promise. I mean, I love the lineup. Don't get me wrong. C.J. Abrams at the top is a stud. I think James Wood is one of the best hitters in all of baseball. And there are some really young guys to like in that lineup. Dalen Lyle being another one of them. I feel like he just has not been talked about at all. And it's a guy that's going to finish the year with 20 home runs, 80 RBIs. And I feel like the future is bright. It's been building very slowly. Very, very slowly, but you got a really talented group of guys on that team. A lot of guys in their young 20s. Nasim Nunez is another one. He's gotten a ton of at-bats this year. Hasn't really delivered. In terms of the average, it's at the low 200s. And I know that you traded away Luis Garcia Jr. as a Yankee fan. Thank you. But yeah, Jackson Kent, don't know a ton about him because I see he's only pitched a couple of times this year. 23-year-old, you mentioned the trade they got him in, and he had kind of gotten knocked around. But tonight, you kind of maybe got a glimpse of the future. 7 innings, 3 hit, 1 run, 3 strikeouts. So yeah, I would say 2026, Nationals, good pick to go to the playoffs. They've been slowly going brick by brick. Next year should be the year that they get there. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. You can call, you can text. We'll finish up on the other side. We'll bring in producer Brandon Combs, get to 1 or 2 more items on hot or cold. We'll get you set for the weekend. College football's back. We got another 2 games to round out the NFL preseason. Oh, baby, get ready. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I honestly think we're a year early on this. The Cowboys went 12-5 3 years in a row under Big Mike. We're forgetting how good those teams were. You had probably a better offensive line on some of them, right? Because you still had Zach Martin in a prime, you still had Tyron Smith. So your offensive line was probably better. You had Lamb and Amari Cooper on the same team. Now, I think this version of Lamb and George Pickens is a better receiving core, but that one was a much more technical, right? More tactical receiving core, better route running necessarily. Dak is older. Now, older at the quarterback position sometimes means better. But you also had Zeke. And what is Zeke compared to Javonte Williams? Defensively, those teams had Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence, who is a good player. You had some issues, no doubt, with some of your defensive guys. I push back. This is the best team. I've heard some people say this is the best team since 2007. The best team since the Super Bowl has been the 2007 team. That team was the number 1 seed in the NFC. It was. You go down, look at that roster. Look at the offensive line. They had some nasty on that offensive line. That offensive line, I mean, they would chew on nails, between snaps. But this is I think this is a good team. I just think it's a year early. Are they a playoff team? Maybe. But I think next year is the year that you would pinpoint that is like, okay, that's the year that you make or break.
I'm starting to worry just a little bit about Fernando. He had a couple nice throws in the preseason, but at no point did he really look super comfortable. It looked like everything was rushed, even when he made nice throws and good reads. I think it was Brock Osweiler, maybe, who was on NFL Network last night, and I was watching him break down some Fernando tape. And even on the touchdown pass, for example, a couple weeks ago, Mendoza's working through his reads and his progressions from what I can see in almost a rushed manner. And look, I said it a couple minutes ago. I'll repeat it. When you're working behind an offensive line like this, there's going to be a lot of moments where you feel rushed. And the speed of the game is just greater than any level you've played at before. It's the NFL, even if it's the third quarter or fourth quarter of an NFL preseason game. This is still most likely better than anything you saw at the college level. It's not to take away from anything Mendoza did, anything Indiana did last year. None of that. It's not the point of this. The point is Mendoza looks rushed. He looks a little skittish. He looks a little scared at times.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show for the final time this week is 310-840-4910. Josh Graham coming up at the top of the hour for Westwood One Sports Night. He'll recap the night that is and the night that was in the NFL preseason. 9 games in total. We're down to just a couple left. Broncos putting a hurting on the Vikings 20-6. Again, the big story there, J.J. McCarthy not playing tonight. I think he gets cut on Sunday, and I think J.J. McCarthy is going to get picked up by Jim Harbaugh, his old college coach, and the Chargers to be their third-string quarterback. I think the Chargers cut DJ Uiagalelei loose so that they can bring in J.J. McCarthy. Elsewhere, Saints and the Cowboys tied at 24. I know Cowboys fans love gushing over Joe Milton, Joey Bazookas every year. 8 of 15, 92 yards to start the game. It's been Sam Howell that has been dominant tonight for the Cowboys backups. 10 of 11 for $141 and 2 touchdowns. So if you are looking for an answer as to who the backup is going to be behind Dak Prescott, I would say it's probably Sam Howell based off this game and most of the preseason. Meanwhile, Zach Wilson and Spencer Rattler, they've been, at least from what I've seen, equally as good. So you're looking at a backup behind Tyler Shuck. Tough pick between Rattler and Zach Wilson. Elsewhere, Seahawks and the Chiefs tied up at 9. I don't think anybody has played. I know Jalen Milroe playing the whole game for Seattle. Again, he's a guy that they took a chance on last year in the draft, and then Sam Darnold goes and wins him a Super Bowl. Jalen Milroe, former Alabama quarterback. He's got all the tools. He's got great speed with his legs. He's taken off 6 times for 16 yards tonight, and then throwing it. He's 15 of 24 for 193 yards and a touchdown. But again, he's not seeing the field unless Sam Darnold gets hurt. I thought maybe last year they might have some Wildcat designed runs for Jalen Milroe. I don't think I saw any throughout the entire season. So, 2 more games tomorrow to wrap up the preseason. Lions and the Colts, and then Bears and the Titans. And the Titans offensive starters, because they've been so bad, they're going to play 20 to 25 snaps. That could end up being like the entire first half almost. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on if you're a Titans fan. Last chance for Cam Ward and Carnell Tate to get on the same page and look good. 310-840-4910. Just a reminder, programming note, I will be off on Monday. I'll be at the U.S. Open for tennis, taking a couple final days here before the end of summer. I'll be off next Friday as well for the Labor Day weekend, and I'll be off on Labor Day. But after that, there is going to be, God willing, no days off for me until Thanksgiving week. So I'll be here holding it down 5 hours every single day, Monday through Friday, for almost the entirety of the football season. Again, with just Thanksgiving and Christmas, basically the only days I'm taking off. So cannot wait. So again, it'll be Kate Constable and Brad on Monday. I'll be back Tuesday. and we'll be recapping the first weekend of college football. I can't wait to see what Bill Belichick's Tar Heels look like tomorrow. I can't wait. The defense, I feel like, is going to be pretty good, but the offense is the biggest question mark. And Bobby Petrino coming in as the offensive coordinator, what is that going to look like? Bobby Petrino at 65 years old. Bobby Petrino, God bless his soul. I mean, he feels like he's 80. And that's out of respect to him. You know, what he was able to do last year with Arkansas. Their defense couldn't stop a nosebleed, but they had a top 20 offense. The Texas A&M offense coordinator a couple of years ago. Last time he was a head coach was with Missouri State. And we remember Bobby Petrino in his time at Louisville and before that at Arkansas. You know, short stint in the NFL as well with the Falcons. But I'm excited to see that Tar Heels offense. I think TCU wins that game. I think it's ugly. I don't give North Carolina much of a shot, but man, they got to win 7 to 8 games this year. Otherwise, what is Bill Belichick doing there? Just hang them up at that point. Hang them up if you can't win more than 7 games this year. 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in here real quick. Combs, we got about 2 minutes. Let's fire off one more hot or cold. Give you some final thoughts here before the weekend. I know you're excited for your Cubbies. Hopefully they bounce back tomorrow against the Reds, but what's up, brother?
Speaking of my Cubbies, hot or cold, Craig Counsell should be the leader for manager of the year in the National League heading into September.
I will say, Combs, I don't want to argue with each other here in the final minute and a half of the show. Craig Counsell's done a great job considering the litany of injuries that the Cubbies have, but I remember you telling me that the Brewers were going to be really bad because they don't have any talent and there's nothing that Pat Murphy can do to save them, and they're the best team in baseball. So Craig Counsell's done a great job, but right now, if I have a vote, it's going to Pat Murphy again for the 3rd straight year.
You're out of your mind. Pat Murphy and the Brewers are only
that?
winning this division because of all of the injuries that the Cubs have sustained. And
the best team in baseball.
But the job that Craig Counsell has done throughout all of the injuries. I mean, the Cubs are in second place. They have the 3rd best record in the National League, and they've been dealing without their entire pitching rotation for pretty much the entire season. They have a completely new pitch, with the exception of Shota Imanaga. They don't have one starter in their rotation that was on the rotation to start the season.
Not only am I putting Pat Murphy ahead of Craig Counsell, I'm putting Donnie Baseball ahead of Craig Counsell for how he completely turned around the Phillies. I mean, he's got to be ahead of Craig Counsell in the odds right now in the pecking order.
Stop it.
Monty, 10 seconds or less. Do you agree, disagree? Monty, you there?
Do I agree that Craig Counsell should be manager of the year or Pat Murphy?
Who do you think should be?
Not Craig Counsell, Pat Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you. And on that, we hope you all have a great weekend. Combs, love you. Monty, love you. Great job. Thanks. My streak might be over tonight. Pete Alonso's 0 for 3. We would have had 5 for 5. It's been somebody else that's cost us every night. Hope everybody has a great weekend. I'll see you guys Tuesday. Thanks to Combs. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to our guy Art. Thanks to Brad, everybody else that works on the show. I'll see you guys Tuesday. Brad and Kate on Monday. I'm Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight.
he's Bill Belichick. I mean, it's got to work at some point, right? I mean, something's got to be there. The thing that kind of gets lost in the fact that he's still, the best head coach in the history of NFL football is that as good as a coach as he was, and okay, yeah, he had Brady and all that, but as good as he was, his eye for personnel development, it kind of got lost over the years. And that was kind of the problem, is that he had the GM duties at New England to go along with a head coaching job, and his drafts just were not that great. Well, apply that to college, where you can pick everybody you want. And what he did was he had a whole new team of players last year with something like 70 new transfers who came in. They completely, changed everything. They were bad at college football, so he dumped them and got like 50 new players to come in. So, I joke, yes, we're going to have fun tomorrow and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, to handicap week 0 is hard enough as is because you don't have a preseason to go off of. But, man, we are flying blind now. I mean, the transfer portal era where you have teams full of all new guys. And used to be, you can kind of judge teams based on, the offensive lines that would be, built over time. And you could say, okay, well, this team's about to gel and, all that kind of stuff. You can't do that now. So for tomorrow, I'm just sort of guessing here that it's going to be close because every one of these Ireland games have been close. I mean, 5 of the last 6, Notre Dame blew out Navy one year, but 5 of the last 6 were decided each one by 3 points or fewer. It's a weird game because you have to fly so far. It's fish out of water. It's week 0. These guys aren't quite ready. Again, no 4 games of preseason like you have in the NFL. They're going right away. TCU's the way better team. But I think North Carolina is going to be a little spunkier tomorrow. I think they're going to be all right, especially on defense.